Hello friends, welcome in. Hello Melancholy Owl, welcome in. Here. I am going to be playing My Liege today. It is a game that just came out on Steam this week. It's a medieval management RPG where supposedly your choices matter, so we will see what happens. Oh, let me share the game info out. Let's see. There we go. And yeah, I think I left the settings pretty much on default, so if there's anything that you notice that feels off, like sound balance isn't good or anything, let me know. We'll just jump in. Just got an achievement. Hello world. Found the developer's first achievement. Alright. It feels like we're jumping right in. Real controls. Let's have some tutorial here. Hello. Each week you will have matters to attend to listed as notifications on the right of your screen. When finished handling the matters, select the next week button to move forward. Okay, so I'm not timed necessarily. It looks like I can wait to progress time until I'm ready, which is good. You don't remember where you followed me from? I'm not sure. I think it might have... You might have followed me when I raided into another channel, I feel like. Maybe another VTuber recently. Can't remember though. But welcome in. Glad to have you here. Let me see. Just want to make sure that YouTube started. Yep. Alright. So that's... Let's see. Pan the camera, WASD. That's pretty classic. Rotate the camera. Q&E or right mouse button. Raise and lower the camera, R or F. I'll probably use the mouse scroll wheel because I don't think I'll remember R and F. Pause menu is escape. Do you wish to see the tutorial during this act? Yeah, sure. Yes, keep tutorial. Confirm choice. Okay. Excellent. As you wish, my lord. We'll go with my lady whenever it says that, because I choose it. I feel like one of the things that it said in the description of the game is that it was gender-free, but I might be thinking of a different game. My lord feels a little gendered. Would have kept it my liege. Let's see, welcome to My Liege. This person has something to say. Hello. Thou art greeted in thine keep by an older member of the house. They bow as they approach. Okay. Thou art Glemen? Greetings, my lord. I am thy steward, Glemen. Welcome, Glemen. As lord of our small yet noble house Storm, thou hast sworn to serve your liege lord, High Lord Bennington of Cresthall. Okay. Thy goal is to manage your affairs to the best of your abilities while balancing the needs of your house, people, and liege lord. Right. Okay. Now, if you will follow me, if thou will follow me, let us be off for the family editor so we can customize thyself and thy noble family. Here we go. Let us customize thy house and family. Mary Storm, Lord's consort, says, say the word and I will gather the rest of the family to meet thou here. Yes. Excellent, my lord. Follow me and I shall prepare the menu for thou. House name, Storm, Town, Brookton, Purple, Sigil is lightning. What choices do I have? Bird. Probably that. Sigil color. Black. Here we go. We'll keep the storm, but we'll make it a raven storm. And we will be in Neston, because we're going to be Neston. All right. My first name is definitely not Gregor. Oh, I'm 35. That's so nice. Boys, feminine. Okay. Let's listen to the masculine voices and see if there's a masculine that sounds a little more feminine. That's very what? Okay. No, okay. So I guess I'm gonna sound like oh, what is that character on the Muppets? Beaker? Alright, hair color. Black. Head, crown, cloak hood. Yes, cloak hood. Hair. Okay. Long. That doesn't really work with the hood. I might have to change my shoulder length. Okay, let's see what we can do here to fix this whole belt bag. No, let's go with the cloak. Oh wait, what? Oh, there's two ways to choose. We can cycle through or... Okay, I see. I see. The voice is really quiet to me. I might have to go into the sound settings. Seems like the game sound might be kind of quiet overall, so I'll check that out. Crooked crown. No. Hat, Tyrolean. Oh, I kind of like that hat. Let's see what else we got. Helmet. No, that doesn't work with the hair. No, we don't want to look like we're... Straw hat. No. Straw hat too. Nah, let's go with this one. Oh, am I able to add... Oh, yes, definitely. Let's add a belt. What else have we got? Just the one addition, I guess. Do I have any other choices? Oh my, we're gonna go... Okay. You know what? Sure, Mary. We can do this, but you are going to have dark brown hair. And yes, you're definitely gonna read a book. Let's see. Courteous eyebrows. I don't think I noticed if there was an option for my eyebrows. Let me see. Oh yeah, it says bushy. I don't want bushy. I did not notice. The eyebrows. And what is that? Hello, the 2000 over there on YouTube. Welcome in. Let's see. What was I doing? I was doing eyebrows. That's... And I don't know that they look that questioning to me, but angry eyes. No, that's not right. Curious? One eyebrow raised. That's funny. Courteous. Okay. Drowsy. Oh, really? Okay, we might go with oh, really. What else do we have? Wide-eyed. Oh, very plain. I'm gonna go with the... Where did the oh, really go? Oh, really? Alright, and then back to Mary here. Does she get to wear... She wants a cloak too, but she's not gonna wear a hat. What else have we got? Thorin. Air. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, you've got a toy. Maybe we'll... There we go. That's better. Fluffy eyebrows. No, curious. No, that's like adult skeptical curious. That's not like kid curious. Alright. And what else have we got? Abigail. Ah, a sibling. Well, then you're going to have black hair as well. Eyebrows. You're angry because you're obviously a warrior. Warrior lady. Perfect. Alright, that was all of them. We're going to save and finish that. They look like Legos. No, the knockoff of Legos. So Roblox. I don't know. It definitely is a familiar like look to me, but I was actually trying to place it myself and I was like, where have I seen this whole cylinder with a circle on the top kind of look before? And I couldn't think of it. All right, so map under construction. Can't click on that. That's interesting. I should be playing, I'm pretty sure that I'm playing the full release version of the game, so I'm not sure if they've got a patch coming that will, unless I just haven't progressed in the game where I'm gonna have the map. It's interesting to have that be a non-functioning button right now. We did ancestry. Is that the sum total that I'm doing? I don't have any tasks over here. I guess YOLO. Okay. Mega blocks. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen that in so long. Maybe so, yeah. Let's see. A foreboding prophecy. What's the foreboding prophecy? The local shaman claims winter shall arrive almost a full month early, worrying many of the farmers. Oh no. What's... My lord, we need more help in the fields to bring the harvest ere it freezes. Thy house steward informs thou that winter often starts early in December, and in a typical winter thou needs at least 3 out of 5 food to last until spring. We're currently at 1.5 food. Yet, if winter doth arrive early, we may be in for a long winter and require more food than usual. That's good counsel there. Thank you, house steward. Let's see. I actually can't really see the counts on my merchant guards or miller to see. I'm gonna return later so that I can... Okay, I have lots of guards. Yes, okay, I know what I will do. Next. Some of the house guards will go help in the field. This shall leave us thin for guard duty, yet we shall be able to fare. Yeah, I know. We're good. We're good. I guess I could ask a question. What can I ask? What is the worst case we would... What is the worst case would we not get all the food harvested? Our food stores are already low, my lord. We would run out of food ere the thaw of winter. Okay, well... That's okay. I will send some house guards. They will be fine. Job reassignments. 4 guards to 4 farmers. We'll see if they remind me that I did that later or if I need to remember that. Okay. Tutorial matters. What matters? Each week you have matters that need your attention. As the lord of your house, you decide how they should be addressed, yet do not have control over how well these actions are carried out. Alright, so I just give instructions, but I don't get to actually, like, make sure the I don't get to do the follow-through to make sure that instructions are followed. That's awesome. You will be presented with a list of options, and for each option, one of your advisors will help guide you with their opinions. some matters you will also have the opportunity to ask an additional question to get more context. You must address all matters before advancing. However, you can elect to return later if you need to address other matters first or need time to review the situation. Welcome back, Chris, over on the YouTube. Alright, we are... tutorial stats. Let's see. Yeah, just remember, this is a PG channel. That applies to chat as well. Please and thank you. Alright. What is this guy? Stats. Right. The stats in the top right corner tell you how your house is managing in different important areas. I see that. Each stat has two parts, the current value and the future value or long-term trend. Your current value and supply is how many of the icons are filled with color. Short-term decisions or events will impact your current values. For example, buying food gives a boost in the current food but does not improve your long-term outlook. Wait, what? How do I know the... How do I know long-term outlook versus... Your current supply is filled with color. Well, like, I know I just did something to get more food, and I do see a little, like, black mark that's further out than the colored in bits, but I guess maybe that's my short term, and the colored in stuff is the actual... No, it says that's the current value. I don't know. Future value or long-term trend. Oh, wait. I see. The outline is filled in for those. Maybe that's the future value. Okay. I get it. I'm just trying to figure this one out. This is a brand new game and I haven't played it before stream. So Chris is asking if I am an adult. I am an adult, but I have children that watch my content, so I always keep my content PG for their sake. That is why I ask that that is respected in my channel. I do appreciate it. Not afraid to use the band stick to protect that particular aspect. All right. So let's see. The stats in the top right corner. Yeah, read all that. I wanted more info. Is it going to? Oh, the future. If I just clicked next, it would have told me what I was guessing. The future value or long-term trend is shown by how many icons are outlined in black, also shown by the black triangle under the icons. As time passes, your current value supply will go up or down to match. Okay. So this must be like trend markers, and then I've got future value based on the trends. Okay. I can sort of understand that. Whether or not I will accurately read those graphics in order to make good decisions for my colony, or whatever we're calling this here, we'll see. Long-term planning and decisions will impact your future values. For example, building more farms or hiring more farmers will boost your future food values. That was a tongue twister. I don't know why. Okay. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. Thank you for all the efforts that you can put into it. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. We've got I've got no more tasks over here, so I guess I'm supposed to go the next week. I don't see any places where I can actually build farms or any choices like that yet. I love the little sound effect. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the settings. The game sounds are cute. I kind of want to turn them up for you guys a little more, because I don't think they're coming through to stream as much as is needed for you guys to be able to appreciate them. I'll just crank it all the way up. I've got ducking for my mic. It's fine. We'll turn it up a little bit. It's got nice music. The voices are funny. Sound effects. If the sound effects include... Oh, they've got ambient. That's the weather. Oh, weather is broken out. That's good, because the rain in the introduction screen was kind of loud. So we'll see how this goes. We'll do those settings. I think everything else is okay. All right. That setting is already set. Let's see. Trade request. Let's see what they want here. Hello, man holding an envelope. A messenger from Lord Carlbridge comes asking to buy our flour. We need our flour, dude. In exchange, they offer a meager payment and access to their master-at-arms for training our guard. Does our guard need training? I can either accept and encourage the guard to take part in the training. Now remember, I can only make decisions, I can't actually enforce them. So if I accept this deal and I'm like, hey guards, I got you some training, and they choose not to go take it, there's nothing I can do about that. Counter, we only want gold. Decline, we hast no food to spare. Or decline, we hast not to learn from their master-at-arms. I will ask a question, I guess. Lord Carlbridge, may they be trusted in their business dealings. He be a shrewd lord and can be impulsive, but they follow through on deals mostly because they believe they benefit from them more. Okay. Well, I'm going to accept and encourage the guard to take part in the training. My boy Thorin says, "'Twould be so exciting to train with a knight. I wish I could go." Aw. You're only like 10, dude. Not time. Accept. Current. Accept. Encourage the guard to take part in the training. Yep. Gramercy, my lord, Lord Carlbridge shall be most pleased to hark this. I actually am going to turn the sound down a little bit, like the stuff like the pages. Job reassignments. Guards, 4 of them to training guards. Okay. Oh, they're actually going off to... Well, this is funny that we're watching them go to the neighboring town. Now my guard's number is getting nice and low. It's all bright red. How far away is Bridgemont? Oh, there we go. Maybe. Nice little neighboring village. They kind of have a lot of a lot of wheat themselves. I guess they are aware that the coming winter might be a bit much. Alright, so we got some gold, military training. Alright. And let me go into the settings. I think that's sound effects. I'm going to turn that back down. Alright. There we go. And let's see. I'm gonna do thieves at large. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have read the titles of the other tasks that I had to do before sending off a bunch of my cards. Thieves at large. Oh no. Merchants are encountering a rise of thefts as of late. They complain they are being left with no choice yet to raise prices or take justice into their own hands. Oh, good gravy. Proclaim that anyone needing to steal can join the fort for food and work. That could get me some people potentially. The people just want for help. We cannot seal our eyes to their troubles. Light. selling a Mystica there. Alright. Thou would reward those that robbed me of my livelihood? Yes, I would, because then they could come work for you and repay it. Thou art gracious, my lord. I just hope they do not interpret this as crime is encouraged. Well, we'll see. Slight increase in morale. Less food to go around. Oh my goodness, we're almost out of food now. I'm so glad I'm making these great decisions right before our harsh winter coming early. Oh my goodness, this might be a short-lived turn. Let's see. People and jobs. What have you got to tell me? To learn more about your people and how certain jobs are going, you can click on your people and certain buildings. When the person or building is outlined, you can click to open the menu. Okay, so I can get people going. Oh, there. Big barn. Current supply 0 out of 5. Long-term supply 2.8 out of 5. That's not great. I think I was supposed to go for more than 3. I don't know if hiring more farmers will actually help. I don't know. And I don't know if it's if it's just that I need more farmers or if I need to have more millers as well. We'll see if we can find out some information here. Well, hello there. Whilst working in thy study, Magmacius enters to meet with thee. Though officially they are the town shaman, they are also thy house's whisperhead, and in charge of a network of informants throughout the valley. Oh, they're my spy master. I get it. Alright. My lord, I praise thy judgment in helping the farmers. They were quite worried after my prophecy. Those whispers came all the way from the lead shamans in the capital, Crest Hall. I can't not think of a more reputable source. I may not have whisper ears everywhere, yet I still know much about how the other houses operate. Okay. Do I say I trust thee to advise with foreign politics in mind, or I hope that I keep our own secrets safe as well? I will go with the first one. Always, my lord. I strive to hear all the whispers there are to hear. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, including mine. Like most good spies, I guess we're going to the next week. Who are these people? They also have a black crow, but they have green on their shields, which our color is purple. So who are they? At least I thought I said it just being purple. They've kind of parked in our spot though. Let's see. Tutorial ancestry. Let's do the tutorial one first. You can use the ancestry menu to learn more about the people you are interacting with, as well as customize their names and look. I think I already did that. The top portion displays houses, including the high house and those sworn to them. Oh, I can change it about other families, not just mine? Okay. Selecting a house displays that house's family tree below, complete with additional details about the house and the ability to edit them. Selecting a person displays that person's details as well as the ability to customize their name and appearance. Okay. So, just rename people that walk into my town. Cool. Okay. A Bennington guest. Let's see. Sir Godfrey Mallister, sworn companion of High Lord Bennington, arrived this morrow bearing tidings from our High Lord's Council. Greetings, Lord Ravenstorm. Sorry for arriving unannounced, yet mine guard and I are visiting on High Lord Bennington's behalf. So High Lord Bennington is like the highest up in the command trees that I was introduced to at the start of the game. I am going to just welcome them because we don't have the food for a feast and my people need to eat, and hopefully they'll respect that. Hopefully, we'll see. We has no time for pageantry with winter approaching, best to only cater to our travel-weary guests and bear court to hark what they have to say. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Quite thoughtful, Lord Ravenstorm. Mine men will appreciate the rest, and we shall meet on the morrow to discuss matters of state. Okay. So they are eating a little bit of food, but we're not feasting, and we gained some honor. Whatever that's worth in this little world, we'll find out. Training update. How we doing? We have sent several of our guard and keep to receive training from the House Carlbridge Master-at-Arms Sir Fillard. An early letter sent by him confirms they are being treated as guests and the training is no divers? I don't know what that... Maybe no different than what the House Carlbridge Guard receives? I'm not sure. Not sure on that one. Alright. I know we were supposed to talk to that guy on the morrow, but I guess we're going to next week. And maybe it's like almost the weekend and tomorrow is the next week. Yay, our food is up and our military is up. That's good. Well, let's see. War and winter. Oh, I don't know if I like either of these things. Let's find about winter first. That might impact how I talk about war. Okay. Winter will anon be upon us, and the High Lord is filling up the Crest Hall granaries lest of emergency. Uh-oh. Is there aught that Neston can spare? I'm gonna ask a question. Would we be able to use the Crest Hall granary? Would we run short of food? That's a good question to ask. Forsooth, any under the High Lord's protection can their situation falter. Okay. So if we give some food, potentially I can ask to get bailed out if I get in trouble. I'm torn though. I'm gonna go ahead and send a little... Oh, Steward says, my lord, we can't not comply. We lack the food. Alright, what if I said that? We lack the food. Okay, he's saying we just don't have it. So, I guess... there wasn't really a choice for me to make. We are worried our own granary shall be empty ere winter is done. We hast not to grant. Sir Godfrey says this has been an unfortunately difficult harvest. Much of the realm is in a like place. Yeah, well... Declined to support High Lord's food stores. We lost some honor. Not as much as we gained in the last week, so... that's something. Although the next one is about war, so that's going to be interesting. Haha. Good times. Don't hurt us. Lord Ravenstorm, I bring word that the coastal raiders west of High Lord Bennington's seat Crest Hall has been growing more troublesome as the year grows old. Okay. Coastal raiders, got it. The High Lord is handling matters currently, yet should so I don't know why that one's so hard to say. Should hostilities continue much longer, we want to know where we can bid on for more men. Bid on? Does that mean they would pay us if we sent some men? me ask a question of my counselor. Why he's here. How like is it that the High Lord shall call the banners, wouldst thou say? And what would befall us if the coastlands were to fall? Oh. I only get to ask one question. These are a little... I would love the answers to both of these. But I think I'll go with the more serious, potentially, answer here. What would befall us if the coastlands were to fall? It would be a great shame to the High Lord and all of their banner lords, yet we would not be in present danger of raids ourselves. Okay. If the time comes, we shall evaluate then what we are able to spare. Sir Bennington shall crave our word, yet we can't adventure breaking a warrant either. Understandable, good lord. Winter shall anon be upon us after all. We seemed to take it okay, and our honor went back up a little bit. Alright. Let's see. I wonder if I should ask questions of any of that. Who's this little person running around with the best top heavy? What? Am I lost? Okay. I don't know. Are you lost? I forget how my... Okay, I can pan around the map like this. Anything interesting happening? Where are you? Wade Gooseman. The bread be thin of late. They cannot fool me. Nobody's trying to fool you, Wade. We just don't have the money. Why is that guy... Constantine Holloway. It may not be justice, yet at least the thieves are not thieving anymore. Oh. He's one of the guys that was upset that I was like... Aren't you going to encourage thievery if you tell them they can have a job if they steal? Just trying to, Yes, Chris, it is a quiet night this evening. Let's see. We are gonna go to the next week. Moldy hay, that doesn't sound good. Bandits, rumor... Oh, we're diving into the business here. Who's this guy? Lord, our store of hay unfortunately has a mold problem. About half of the stored hay for the animals hath gone ill. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I don't like this one, but I think it's the right choice. We have most little supplies as is. Feed it to the oldest animals. I'm probably going to end up with old animals not making it through the winter at this point. Yes, sir, my lord. I'll keep it aroint from the good hay and continue using it. Aroint? Aroint? I don't know that word. Bandits. Uh-oh. There were reports of robbery on the road twixt Neston and the High Lord's Seat Crest Hall. As 'tis, the main road connecting Neston to the rest of the valley is well traveled with many merchant caravans. Uh-oh. I'm so thin on guards. If we get attacked, it's going to be bad news bears. But I don't have the opportunity to ask a question here. Oh, he's just going to advise me. We must not let the bad men hurt us. What would the High Lord say? Alright, well. We're doing it. Send a force of guards to patrol the road. The High Lord can rest assured trade in their domain will continue unharassed. I'm on it. I just sent half of my remaining guards. Ay, 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 ay. Why can't the traders just defend themselves? I hear you, dude. I do. Alright, well, they're on patrol. Long term, our military went up. I'm not sure. I don't know. Interesting. Alright. We've got a rumor about Carlbridge. Let's see what's going on there. Martin Smith. Our guards that have been training with the Carlbridge Master of Arms that have returned. Okay. They reported that a group of Carlbridge soldiers has been acting odd around them, and they hark rumors of something of a fun surprise coming up. I don't know about fun surprises. It is unclear what any of this means. I wonder if they are just being paranoid. I don't know, but hey, at least our training guards have returned. I can't wait to try my new sword form out. The Plight of the Honeybee. Did we actually get good training? The Plight of the Honeybee? Well, our military went up for a little bit in the short term and a pretty good prospect in the long term. So I guess it was worth it. But I still have... Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Alright, well, next week it is. We're now in October of 1350. Time is flying. Watermill unrest. That's the only thing we got going on this week? I guess we'll find out what's going on. Hello? House Ravenstorm Millers has reported that some people from House Carlbridge has been threatening them at the watermill near the border of our lands. Not good. They started showing up armed and has been getting confrontational, trying to demand they get to use the watermill too. I'm gonna ask a question. Has this happened before? It's normal to have merchants from Bridgemont visit, yet never with this level of hostility. Let's offer to rent out the watermill and maybe get some coin for it, and hopefully... Best not to create a conflict, but they want to use the watermill. We can share it till winter arrives. That is the only sharing option, right? Does that mean she's agreeing with me? I think so. This may limit hostilities, yet this shall cut into our profits, my lord. Ground flour is our livelihood. Well, we're getting, you know, some profits from renting while we're not grinding flour. You know, it is what it is. Alright, next week. Cruising. Oh no, I knew this was gonna happen. We've got multiple problems. Okay. Livestock died. Let's deal with one thing at a time. This is a rough week. Okay. About half of the horses and cattle that ate the moldy hay has died from colic. I kind of anticipated that. They shall be cleaned and butchered, yet work in the fields shall be tougher now. I know. But if I had said throw all the hay out, all of them probably would have died. Leadership is hard, man. Okay, they turned down our... You know what, let's see the patrol finish thing first, in case that means soldiers came back. The guards that have been sent out to chase down the bandits along the main roads to return home today. My lord, the guards were able to find the bandits and root out their camp. Unfortunately, they fled ere we could take them into custody, yet we has had no sightings or trouble since. For now, the guards are returning to their normal duties. Huzzah! Back up to 12 guards, and we might need it. Watermill declined. Let's see what this says. Alright. He's holding a letter. A messenger arrived this morrow, returning from Bridgemont, bearing the seal of the House Carlbridge. We received thy offer and must decline, as 'twould not be right to rent the use of a watermill that rightfully belongs to House Carlbridge. What? We hast proof that shows the border betwixt our land has been wrongfully followed for the past 3 generations. Uh-oh. The river has served as the border since the founding of our houses, yet where the river forks around Miller's Island and the original path of the river was on the south side. Thus, Miller's Island and the flour mill on it rightfully falls in our borders, and we are striding to correct this injustice that was leveled against mine issue over a decade since. Lord Aldous Carlbridge of Bridgemont. Well, this is going to be problematic. I'm going to ask a question. Do we have any knowledge of what they claim? Our oldest maps has the wider North Fork as where the original river path went. What does that mean? That means that we think we're in the right? Send a raven to Lord Carlbridge requesting a meeting. Thou claims to have proof the watermill is theirs. Command we see it and judge for ourselves the claim. I guess so. We shall arrange a meeting with the Lord of Bridgemont. Our honor goes up. Shorter or more in the short term than in the long term, interestingly, but up nonetheless. Alright. And we go to the next week, I guess. Alright, bad weather and watermill conflict. Let's deal with the watermill conflict, I guess. Thou art greeted by a bloodied group of artisans and guards that are out of breath. Oh no. Carlbridge soldiers has taken the watermill. They killed Harold and we could not fare to defend it. No. They were yelling that they were reclaiming the watermill that was wrongfully taken from House Carlbridge. Okay. Do we believe Lord Carlbridge is unaware of their soldiers' actions, or of what quantity of men were there that attacked thou? Oh, I would love to ask more than one question. These one question limits, that's rough. Let's see. Do we believe the Lord is unaware of their soldiers' actions? It's possible a bobbling group acted without their Lord's consent, and yet they are not known to be an absent leader. So potentially they did that on purpose? Oh my gosh, I'm about to YOLO this thing. Ride out in force. This outrage can't not stand. We can't not allow our neighbors to steal from us with impunity. Yeah. We don't want to be a doormat. Oh. We shall gather our forces and compose haste on the morrow. House Carlbridge shall not bear the watermill for long. This seems like a bad idea. Okay, well in the meantime, our millers became merchants. The loss of the watermill production is huge for long-term food loss, and gold, because that's where our profits come from, and morale. Great, all around, just lovely. Okay, and now our guards have become militia, and let's see about the bad weather here. What is this telling us? The fall weather this year hath become exceptionally wet. It is making it difficult to bring in the harvest. We can only hope that it dries up in the coming weeks. Yeah, that's all we can hope, really. Oh good, less food. That's... Yay. Huzzah. This is going so well. Great. Well, let's see how our battle goes, shall we? I'm not nervous, you're nervous. Why would I skip this? This is the action. Okay. I now have all my guards are watermill guards. I've got no one left in town. Watermill retaken. Okay. Trying to click on that guy. There we go. Thy master at arms greets thou with a confident stride. My lord, we have successfully retaken the watermill from those Carlbridge swine. Good, good. We pushed them back across the river, and they have made camp less than an hour's ride, according to our scouts. Our soldiers await thy orders. Let's see. Oh gosh. I'm going to ask a question. I'm kind of torn between two options. Oh, great. 3 questions, and I have to choose one. Dost thou have the soldiers to clear out the camp safely? How would High Lord Bennington react if we push forward into Carlbridge lands, or would we do not? Shall they be back and attack again? Man, how do I choose these questions? I always want to ask like 2 questions. And it's like, ask up to 1. And I'm like, no, give me more, give me more. I don't want to start an all-out war. I feel like pushing into their lands would. But I will ask this one. Would we do not? Shall they be back and attack again? It is unlikely they stop after breaking the peace. Return the militia, leave only standard guards. Okay, we'll do that. Shall do, my lord. The guards will be back home in no time. Alright, and the merchants automatically reassigned back to millers, which is nice. Alright. Oh, yay. Our food still is not fully recovered for long term though. But morale is definitely up. That's good. I love all these reassignments happening. That's funny. Alright, fair weather. Let's see what this says. Hello, you're a different person. We finally have dry weather and the farmers can work in the fields. They are so encouraged that they are working with a new conviction. Good, good, good. Yay, food is up. We like that. That's back where we needed it. Okay. Well, we actually need it to be more than 3 in case the winter comes too early. But there's not a lot we can do about that at this point. Alright, we'll do one more week, I think, and then we'll take a little stretch break. Let's see. Banner's called. Banner's called for what? What's going on? Uh-oh. He has a note. A messenger arrived on the morrow from the High Lord's seat of Cresthall. Lord Ravenstorm, the High Lord, hath summoned the banners, our western enemies, the Faraways, from across the thin bay, has continued their seaborne raids, and has landed soldiers in the coastal provinces. Lovely, lovely, yes. The High Lord needs all able-bodied fighters. Wow, that was tripping me up there. High Lord needs all able-bodied fighters from their sworn houses to defend the coastal provinces. Oh. I am going to ask a question because, May we afford to send our people to the war, or doth we realistically hast an option? That's probably the one to ask. Dost we realistically hast an option? We are a sworn house to the High Lord, and this is one of our most important duties. Would we refuse the call to arms, we are left to their forgiveness. So, not really, I guess? Do I send them all? Because I kind of have two choices about sending troops. We shall gather our full army and send them to Crest Hall for command. Or we shall put together the best troop of Neston soldiers and send them to Crest Hall for the fight. Then I'm sending people. But I might be keeping some back. This is one of those things that, like, this game doesn't let me actually control the execution of my choices. I just make a choice and then my little meeples do it however they feel like doing it. So I don't know who they would send if I do the middle choice. Or if I should send all of them. I don't know if we'll have troubles, but I guess I'll send them all. Oh. This is our chance for glory and to impress upon the High Lord Bennington and our skill and honor. We must take this opportunity. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. That's sending farmers as well? And merchants? That's everyone? Oh my goodness. We can't not decline yet. We need to keep some of the men home for Oh, is that sending what? I'm gonna send as many as possible because then maybe we'll get favor from the High Lord. I don't know. Alright. I'm gonna take the news at once. We're sending 8 guards. Okay. That's not as bad. Oh, and 5 merchants and 15 farmers. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a hot mess. Okay, but we'll find out how that works out after we take a little stretch break. I will be back in just a few minutes. I'll see you guys and take care of yourself. Get a drink, stretch your legs, something good.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
welcome back in. We're gonna see how things are going now that we sent off a good half of our village to go fight in the war on the coast. There they go. Be well, little meeples. Alright, we're now in November of 1350. Carlbridge Army and Army reporting for duty. Sure. Our scouts has reported that Lord Carlbridge hath sent a bobbling army of their own to the coastal conflict. This should make it very difficult for them to continue to mount hostilities towards us. Well, then that's probably a good thing. Army reporting for duty. The Ravenstorm army hath arrived, and the High Lords General expressed their praise and was impressed with their answer to the call. They shall be heading to the coastal provinces to hopefully be home ere start of winter. Well, we can only hope, because that could be any time now. At least our honor is like getting close to capping out. Well, I guess that's all we're doing. Sending away everybody, and everyone else back at home is frantically scrambling to do things. Why does that person have a little thing over their head? Mine hands bleed at the toil in their endeth. Oh. I didn't even think that's who I was trying to click on. I'm trying to click on that person. There we go. What do I care of some distant war? My best assistant is gone now. Aww. Bad panda. Alright. We are down gold, food, and honor. Message from the High Lord. Music got all it changed. A messenger from the capital has arrived bearing a letter from the High Lord. Mine Lord Ravenstorm. I've been impressed by the Ravenstorm soldiers sent from mine coalition. They hath told my knights tales of thy recent conflict with Lord Carlbridge. Nice. As they were the aggressor, I shall be visiting them after the upcoming battles with some of my knights to discuss their failure to maintain the king's peace. Nice. Their actions shall not be tolerated. If there could any way Crest Hall can assist... What? Crest Hall can assist in stabilizing thy house. I would just need to bid for it. This definitely could use like a pass-through of like some proofreading with a little bit of cleaning up of the medieval speak. But just there's some, every now and then there's some funky little bits on the text. It's cute though. Let's see. The messenger, as a member of the High Lord's house, asks if there is anything you would have of the High Lord with the coming of this news. There was anything you would have of the High Lord with the coming of this news. What, like that I would say to him? Ooh, okay. Let's see what our dude here says. So if I say thou honor us and thy judgment of Lord Carlbridge is enough, it is not our place to bid for assistance from them. 'Tis enough that they recognize we can handle ourselves and still be counted upon. We're short-handed at the watermill. Would they have farmers to spare? It would like help prevent us from needing to dip in the High Lord's emergency store. It may be prudent to alert the High Lord of potential problems if winter runs long. I'm gonna say the first one. Because we already asked about getting help if we needed it, and we're assured that we would get it when we gave them some food earlier on. So I'm gonna say thank you for dealing with Carlbridge. Rest assured, they won't be forgetting their place and should be a better neighbor. Alright, we'll see. And let's go to next week and hopefully our folks come back. November 24th at 13:50. We are cruising along and it is winter. We see the snow coming down and I don't see our troops back yet. We still have 28 people missing in the army. Winter has arrived. Well, thank you for that fine update, citizen. The army hath returned from the fighting in the Coastal Cup province to warm houses for much deserved rest. Are they coming back then? Okay. It is unclear if thou shalt hast enough food for the winter. Thou art left praying that the shaman's prediction of a long winter is unfounded. The conflict with House Carlbridge hath left us battered but victorious. Come spring, we shall be fervent to bear our ground. Okay. So the army is still army because they're back and resting? I don't... So, I guess that was Act 1 because it's saying advance to next act. I can't interact with that to change people. Okay, I guess I advanced the next act. I got a winter is coming. Complete the prologue achievement. So that was the prologue. Now we are in the next act. Oh, it is snowing hard. The winds of winter also bring with them the return of the soldiers. Weary from their journey, they are welcomed home by family. As the snows accumulate, thy people bunker in their homes, praying for a short winter. The warmth of spring cannot come quick enough for the people of Neston. Act 1, the Lord's Mount. Okay. Let's get the winter food report. We jumped all the way to March. Oh, same guy, okay. Thy steward Glemon awaits with a concerned look on their brow. My lord, with the long winter our food stores ran low, and with the granary at Crest Hall empty from want of donations, we had to cut back and the townsfolk suffered. We have finished checking in on everybody in town and confirm we suffered no casualties, yet hast 5 sick workers. Local healers are hopeful they shall compose a recovery and return to their roles, yet it shall take some time. So, 2 farmers got sick. 2 guards are sick. I love the little sniffle emoji. And a merchant is sick. Okay, well at least it was kind of spread out amongst the jobs, I guess. Let's see the spring returns information. Spring hath returned to the Western Valley after a tough winter. The people of Neston take to the fields and are eager to get to work. Steward Glayman. Lord Ravenstorm, with winter gone, let us look ahead to growing thy house and influence. And how am I going to do that? I don't know. I guess I'm going to progress to next week. Because... Yep. I'm just going to share out the game info again. So what I'm playing right now is My Liege, which just came out on Steam earlier this week and is currently on sale for intro stuff. There is also a demo that people can play for free on Steam if you want to check it out. Let's see. House improvements. Sure. Let's look at that. Hello. Thou begin thy day with a meeting with thy steward Clement. After breaking fast, they approach with a stack of scrolls and an unusually chipper look on their brow. Good day, my lord. Now that spring is upon us, time calls upon us to regard what improvements thou desire to compose these coming months. Thou shalt meet with Castellan Charles Keep, Master-at-Arms Martin Smith, and myself to hark our proposed improvements for consideration. House Ravenstorm resources are limited, so we shall only be able to pursue 3 initiatives, and we shall want to know what be high priority and what be low priority. They lay out the schedule for next week and leave thou to attend to other daily offices, okay? Well, let's see what the High Lord decree on the watermill is. On the morrow you are greeted by a mounted knight thou hast yet to meet ere. Their armor is meticulously cared for, and they bear their head and posture high with pride. As they pull their horse to a stop outside thy keep, thy air whispers words of wonder to meet one of the finest swords in the land. Worn Sword Bennington. Greetings, Lord Ravenstorm. I be Sir Mary Bennington, one of the High Lord Bennington's sworn companions. We are here to discuss the conflict last fall with Lord Carlbridge. The High Lord reviewed accounts from both sides and hath confirmed that House Carlbridge failed to uphold the king's peace. Thou and House Ravenstorm are fit to continue ruling over the watermill on Miller's Island. This doth not change the border betwixt thy houses. The river shall remain the line. Yet we shall be visiting Lord Carlbridge next to compose to them. We expect no further tension betwixt those houses. Let's see. So I can say, thou honor us with thy trust, and there will be no future issues from us, which seems fine. But there's also, we shall cause no problems, yet shall defend ourselves regardless. Or we canst not compose promises. Lord Carlbridge hath yet to find a way to pay for their crimes. What does my guide say if I say this? They were bad to us. Somebody must know that they already... Okay. We canst not allow ourselves to be pushed around. If we must fight, we shall. Or, is done. Best we take the high road and appeal to their honor. I don't know, actually, what I should choose. Maybe... I usually like to take the high road approach, but I don't like acting like we'll just be a little rug to step on. Well, we'll take the high road this time. This is good to hark. Take care, and the High Lord looks forward to continued Ravenstorm flower coming to Crest Hall. Right. We are low on food, low on gold, high on honor, military morale. Everything's just a little low, except our honor. That feels accurate. Oh my goodness. Lots of news at the end of March 1351. Sickness healed. That sounds good. Thy steward comes returning from the healer's hut with an update on the starved townfolk. My lord, it is with light heart that I report the townsfolk sick from the meager rations this winter hath made a full recovery. They shall be returning to their jobs in due time. Okay, so we got back 2 farmers, 2 guards, and I believe 1 merchant. Yep. Huzzah. Look at all those increases. That's lovely. Okay, so I'm going to look at the Carlbridge peace deal before I dive into the improvements decision. Thou art greeted by a Carlbridge messenger while confirming all's good at the watermill with thy steward Clement. Lord Ravenstorm, Lord Carlbridge extends their regards and wants to put this nasty business with the watermill behind us. My Lord Carlbridge is offering to buy flour from thou at a premium as a token of good faith. Thy lord is most gracious, yet we only hast enough extra flour for one trade partner after ourselves, and what we sell to the high lord. My lord, a moment to discuss if thou shalt. There's a lot of options here. A counter to trade to them at normal prices. Agree and trade with them at a 25% markup. Or counter to trade flour with them at a 50% markup as a way to pay for the damages they incurred. Or reject and we hast other trade partners in mind, and reject, we do not deal with House Carlbridge. No, I'm gonna check out the top two of trading with them. Most honorable to offer, a sure way to mend a relationship if I say trade at normal price. And they, with a markup, it says, as upset as we may be with them, there's still a stronger house and we be not like to get a better deal anywhere. I kind of want to go with the thing with the markup. They're already offering that, so I don't think we'll take too much of a hit on honor to accept their offer. I will confirm that choice. Gramercy, my lord, we shall work with thy millers to set up deliveries. Lord Carlbridge shall be most pleased to know thou art willing to move forward and forge a peace for the good of the valley. Okay, so we lose some food, gain some gold. Didn't do anything for our honor. That's alright. Alright, so let's see what we've got for improvement ideas. Hopefully one of them is something about getting more food. Thy castellan can be found by the keep, poring over sketches of port walls and rough maps of the surrounding territory. Excellent timing, my lord. I was just reviewing our current infrastructure, and I have some proposals for thou to weigh. As the smallest noble house, we have the least to offer our head lord. To help change that, I think we should build new buildings for us to grow into new spaces. My three ideas are to build an inn, a bank, and lastly, a stables and pasture. Which would you like to know more of? Okay, so I can actually hear all of these. Tell me more about building an inn. Currently, most travel destined for the High Lord's seat of Crest-Hall goes through the House Stock lands because they have more to offer travelers in Stockholm. We need to give travelers better options than sleeping beneath their wagons when passing through. Okay, tell me about the bank. Currently, oh, nope, I got it. That's the old one. Let's see. The bank would go in the middle of town by the market, encouraging the merchants to invest their gold with us. Do not underestimate the influence a bank could give us over others. The more we can borrow to others, the more we can lend to others, the more leverage we hast over them. Just make sure we hast enough guards to keep it from being robbed, and our coffers would be overflowing with gold in a matter of a year or two. Alright, let's see about building stables. There is a lack of quality horses in the valley, so we should consider building stables and a pasture to fill that need. We would have a lot to learn before we could call ourselves master horse trainers, yet should we succeed, every knight of the valley shall crave a Ravenstorm horse. Okay, that's all for now. I look forward to hearing thy choices in the coming weeks. I don't really know between those. Probably the inn, maybe? I don't really like the idea of having to constantly monitor a bank to protect it. And the horse thing seems like a long-term investment, which we I think an inn would also give us some long-term, maybe not as much, but let's see what the guards' ideas are. The master-at-arms is idly observing the guards' training, muttering to themselves with a worried look on their brow. My lord, gramercy for meeting with me to discuss possible improvements I desire. Thou know how important it is that we improve our defenses and army after what befell us with House Carlbridge. They gesture out to the guards' training and look off in the distance toward the rest of town. We need to bolster ourselves beyond just our current house guard. We also need guard towers to alert us sooner to issues. How would you bolster our guard? First option, we recruit and train a small standing army of our own. The other houses would take notice that we can react with conviction when threatened. This shall be a slow process as we need to recruit and spend the better part of the year training, not to mention the costs of gear. Second option, we hire a mercenary group. We could expect them ready to fight much sooner, yet this is likely a costly route, as we will have to overpay them and their loyalty only extends as far as our coin goes. Okay, what would we stand to gain with guard towers? Our guards and patrols would make use of outposts to stay safe. Watchtowers could warn of other houses' maneuvers and defend against any invaders. It is not unheard of for bandit groups to be in our woods. Okay. Thank you. That's all for now. Promise you for your time. Alright, let's see the steward improvements. There's a lot of information to take in. It's like an info dump and then I need to process and make a decision here. Thou find thy steward out at the barn talking to a handful of farmers. Everybody appears to be in good spirits now that winter is over. My Lord Ravenstorm, it is time we discuss the current state of our house and areas I believe we should prioritize. Despite being the smallest house in the valley, we have strength that we can nurture, namely our millers and our farms. Alright, how can we best use our millers? House of Ravenstorm has the best millers in the valley. Flour is our main export, and with the recent troubles at the watermill, it behooves us to build new windmills on our southern hills to be less dependent on the river. This would cement our position in the valley as the primary source of flour and ground grains. Okay. Where would thou make more farms? The field north of town is empty and ripe for use. We are barely self-sufficient currently, so it would be prudent to build more farms to keep ahead of food needs. We can sell our excess to other houses, yet we will be competing with house stock to our southeast, as they also supply the capital with food currently. Okay, that shall be all for now, so I guess less decisions there. Okay, next week, I've got to make all these decisions. Cool beans. Alright, let's, I guess, jump into next week to make some decisions. We are in April 1351. High priority improvement, medium priority improvement, low. Okay. Okay. My advisors eagerly wait to find out which initiatives thou intend to pursue this spring and summer. Know that whichever thou declare as the high priority improvement will be handled swiftly and with our best people working on it. Okay, so I have to choose amongst all of those things that I just heard. Choose 3 of a high, and then I'll have one of them as high priority, one medium, one low. So oh, and some of these can't combine with other things. Okay. Oh, it's just the ones that are within their own group, it looks like. So New farms can't be combined. Oh, no, it's not based on the group. I think it's based on the location where something would happen. Because I could both expand by building windmills potentially and also add new farms to really build up the flower trade. And then so if I do those two as my high and medium, and do a third priority of, do I do an inn or do I do military? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to say that building a farm is my highest priority. Okay. And then my medium priority is going to be the mills. Okay. And then my low priority, I still haven't chosen if I want either gonna be build an inn or recruit an army. Or I could do build defensive watchtowers. Maybe I should do the watchtowers because if I'm expanding, I might need to protect myself from... Oh. Okay, I'll do defense and then we'll do hospitality another season, assuming that I survive another season. Excellent. We will talk soon about possible locations and iron out the details. Cool beans. Okay. We're progressing, doing the things. It's so fun. I really enjoy the little sound for each new week. My Lord's summons. On the morrow, a friendly face arrives and is admitted to thine study. When thy steward said I would find thee here, I thought to find thee napping. Imagine my surprise to see my lord's sibling working on ledgers and messages. Thanks, sis. Oh, I just have to choose a response. There's no one advising me how to talk to my sibling. Let's see. Lordsman Ravenstorm, what brings thee back home without my leave? I wouldn't say that. Likely as surprised as myself, learning thou knows what an honest day were. Nope. We're gonna go with 'tis good to see thee, Abigail. It has been too long. I miss thee too, my dear sibling. Working out in the capital has its perks. It is nice to come home on occasion. I come bearing news from the High Lord. They has summoned thee to the capital for a lord's mount. What does that mean? I wanted to follow up on deals here for our capital allies, so I chose to deliver the message myself. I guess I can say all these. It's not telling me to choose. What is the reason for this lord's mount? The meeting is for the lords of sworn noble houses of the Western Valley to discuss matters affecting the whole valley. I suspect the most important item will be the selection of a new high arm, the High Lord's second in command, with the current high arm soon to leave for the King's court. How hast thou time been as a lordsman in the capital? This has been fairly successful. I count more and more of the minor nobles in the capital as an ally with every season. I still struggle to convince some of the more noble highborns to meet with me. They think our house is too small to truly belong in their ranks. As thy lordsman, I have been able to have audiences with the High Lord, yet without an official spot on the High Lord's council, there is only so much I can do. I don't want to say that you have not attended for me, because that's not the way to be a leader. Gramercy, that is all I needed to know. How long do we have to make plans? It is set to begin in a month. In the meantime, you will need to determine who will serve as acting Lord of Neston in thy absence. I aim to serve, so I will stay here till thou makest thy decision. Should thou wish, I can serve as the acting lord in thy stead, or return to the capital with thee and attend the Lord's Mount as thy advisor. Well, I think I would have my wife stay here and run things maybe, and then take Abigail with me. But let's see what farm construction's got going on. Not a lot yet. Okay. Your steward is out in the fields north of Neston talking with farmers about how to best lay out the new farms to be planted. Okay. The farmers grant thou a deep bow ere returning to work, while thy steward turns to meet with thou. Lord Ravenstorm, we hast begun clearing the land and building sheds for the new farms. I be optimistic it shall be finished within the month. Alright. Look at them go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. They're just bouncing around. It's all good. Alright, let's go to the next week. Alright, trip to the capital. Heir. Trip to the capital steward. Oh, I don't... Let's see. My heir is found hanging around the barracks, one of their favorite spots in Neston to spend their idle time. Good morrow. I was just telling the guards about the Lord's Mount being called. Is it true I may be in charge while thou art away? I shall not let those dishonorable curs from Bridgemont get anywhere near our border. If they so much as try, I have a point made just for them. They grin stupidly as they hold a spear up, making it painfully clear they are still just a child playing with a weapon for adults. I can choose to chastise them for insulting House Carlbridge so openly a lord must be honorable even to those who have wronged them, or remind them thy decision has yet to be made, they may yet come to the capital. I want them to be honorable. Always be kind, child. They look confused that thou were not impressed by their commitment, yet their face turns red with shame. I be sorry, my lord. I will remember the lesson. Alright, trip to the capital steward. My lord, I doth miss the capital, yet I can't go with you and Lord's consort Ravenstorm this trip. I do hope that you are able to parlay our new improvements, which thou hast so wisely ordered, into stronger ties with our fellow noble houses. Who do you recommend I take with me to the capital? If I may recommend, leave the young lordling Thorin Ravenstorm in charge here in Neston, and take thy sibling Abigail Ravenstorm to the capital. Are those my only choices? Abigail Ravenstorm is a well-respected member of thy house already, and seasoned in the way of noble dealings. Although this is the 1300s, so probably leaving a woman in charge, even though I'm a woman. Anyways, wouldn't have gone over well. Wait, why must ye stay here? They give thee an uneasy look as they quickly explain. My lord, I meant no offense, nor meant to make decisions for thee. There is just much happening in Neston for House Ravenstorm that I should be managing. Much was planned ere we knew of the Lord Mount, and I can't not allow it to go unattended. Okay. I thank them for their counsel. I serve always. I will be there when you declare who is in command next week. If my choices are between my heir and my sister, that's not great. Oh, windmill construction. Let's do the easy part first. All right, let's see. Towards the hills south of Neston, thou meet with thy steward as they discuss the new windmills with the master miller. Ah, Lord Ravenstorm, I'd be pleased to announce we are beginning work on the new windmills. The Master Miller is looking forward to having a new place to work out of, far away from House Carlbridge and their like. It should be expected to take a month or so to build all, at which point we should see our flour production increase, and a new trade partner may need to be found for all of the additional flour. Oh, that's a fair point. Alright, let's deal with the whole acting lord thing. Here we go. Alright. Thou have gathered the advisors together to discuss the final preparations for the Lord's Mountain Crest Hall. The party going to the capital includes thyself, thy consort Mary Ravenstorm, and a small number of servants. Another member of thy house should attend thou in the capital to assist meeting the other houses. With all of the lords of the valley's noble houses in the capital, there is certain to be no shortage of political maneuvering taking place. Whilst away, they must declare an acting lord to rule Neston and territory in thine stead. Thy steward will be assisting, but it is improper for them to assume the role of acting lord. Thy heir, Thorin Ravenstorm, and thy younger sibling and lordsman, Abigail Ravenstorm, are the two candidates for the roles. I need Abigail with me in the city. I'm so concerned, though, that my heir is going to just, like, start a war while I'm in the city. Our lord, who shall we be serving as acting lord in thy name? Oh, yeah. No, I need her at the capital, so my heir is gonna be taking care of things. Good luck, little man. 10-year-old in charge of it, you know, instead of like my wife who's been advising me the whole time. Whatever. In the name of Lord Rabbi Ravenstorm, we shall serve Thorin Ravenstorm as acting lord. Beaming with confidence, thy heir stands as tall as they can before making a proclamation. My lord, I shall not fail. Nobody shall bring harm to our house whilst thou art away. The advisors attempt to hide their apprehension of serving the young heir, yet they trust them to guide thy eldest child appropriately. Young Lord Ravenstorm, let us speak after, and I shall fill thou in on the daily operations of the keep. Thy steward talks with Abigail about the available resources that would be suitable for trade with other houses should the opportunity arise. Morale took a hit due to unease of a kid ruler. Oof. I mean, that's fair. I would not feel super comfortable having a 10-year-old taking over, especially one that loves playing with their swords and talking smack about neighboring villages. All right. Let's check in on the new farms. They're finished. Hello. Lord Ravenstorm, the new fields are finished, and the farmers are hard at work tending to them and planting a new batch of crops for the year. We shall continue to send our normal vendors. We shall continue selling to our normal vendors, but yet we have capacity now to take on another outside trading partner. Food is one of the most in-demand commodities, so a trade deal could be a great way to forge a better relationship with one of our neighbors. Keep this in mind when negotiating with your fellow lords. New hires, 6 farmers. Yeah, look at that. We just got extra people. I'm not sure why they rolled over like that, but... And in the long term, we're going to see a significant increase in food and gold. That is nice. Let's check on the watchtower construction before we head off. Really coming along. We've got a foundation and steps. Out towards the edge of Ravenstorm lands, thou meet with thy master-at-arms where one of the new watchtowers is to be constructed. Gramercy for meeting me out hither. I find it best to see for yourself where to place fortifications. Construction is beginning and should be finished within a month or two. The spots, one at each end of the main road through our lands and by the watermill, We're chosen to best defend our lands while also helping protect travelers from bandits and the like. Alright. Sounds good to me. Let us depart for Crest Hall. Alright. The day hath arrived for thou and thy party to depart for Crest Hall. The trip to the far end of the valley is long, yet relatively safe. It is not oft thou make the trip to the capital thyself, being lord of thy house doesn't leave much time for such opportunities. Yet a lord's mount, second only to calling the banners, is one of the most important summons thy high lord can issue. You spend much of the trip planning and preparing for the work to be done once thou hath arrived. Alright. Let's see. I guess we just go to the next week. I thought we might watch us take off. May 12th, 1351. Unexpected company. Oh, don't know about this. What kind of company? Whilst traveling to Crest Hall, thou meet Lord Stock and their caravan at the Lord's Road. House Stock is thy neighbor to the south, yet 'tis not often that thou meet Lord Stock in person. As one of the most influential of the High Lord's banner lords, they are second only to House Carlbridge in size. Ah, what a sight for sore eyes if it isn't the good Lord Ravenstorm. It hath been too long. We heard what befell twixt thou and Lord Carlbridge last winter, dreadful. I imagine I would hast handled it as thou did. Alas, there shall be plenty of time for politics in the capital. What say thou, will Ravenstorm accompany me and mine as we travel to Crest Hall? I think rather than accompany, it looks like either way I'm going to be going with them. So I think what I will do is just get some general gossip rather than try to seek out their opinion of my bad neighbor. Just because that feels a little duplicitous and I might find out information anyways. You never know. You never know. So we're going to confirm the choice of accepting and discussing events at House Stock. Lord Stock smiles and grants orders to their guards to compose space in their company for thou and yours. They spend the time idly discussing the winter hardships, finding out that House Stock had a similarly hard time securing enough food for the winter. Their farms had trouble providing for the extra guards brought on over the last year. Thou learn that outside of the valley, the lords of the southern plains hath ignored the bandit groups, and guarding the valley's border gate has become difficult. Okay. Well, off to next week, I guess. We're still en route to the capital, isn't it? May 19th, 1351. Arrive in Crest Hall. Alright. After a long week on the road, thou hast finally arrived at the High Lord's seat, Crest Hall. Thy house and House Marcave shall be staying in a modest guest houses rented within the High Lord Keep. A finely dressed steward greets thee as several servants begin collecting thy things and leading your horses to a nearby stable. Greetings, Lords Ravenstorm. My name is Harold Bennington, our High Lord's steward. It is with our High Lord's thanks that I welcome you to Crest Hall. The Lord's mount shall begin tomorrow. If it pleases my lord, I shall show thou and yours to thine quarters so that thou may get settled and refreshed. Despite having private space in the capital for thy stay, a show of wealth many could only dream of, thou canst help but note the expansive manses the other noble houses hold. It's a bustling little town. Alright. I guess we just jump to next week again. Lord's Mount begins, as does the rain. This must be Boss Man. Let's see. The first day of the Lord's Mount hath arrived. The lords of the four noble houses await anxiously for what matters the Lord Mount was called to settle. Welcome to the Lord's Mount. May I introduce the High Lord of Crystal, Keeper of the King's Peace and Warden of the Western Valley, Sir Beauregard Bennington. My lords of the valley, it is a great honor to host all of you as guests here to discuss matters of great import that face our valley. I trust we shall work together over the coming weeks ere departing for home. The valley's future and strength depend on it. The High Lord's steward steps forward to announce the schedule for the coming weeks. Ooh, weeks? Oh my goodness. There shall be 3 major meetings and topics to discuss. Firstly, the conflict with the Faraways last fall hath left the High Lord wanting for stronger armies. Each house is expected to handle their own, yet our High Lord needs a house to take charge of constructing new siege weapons. Okay. Secondly, the High Lord's arm and younger sibling Charles Bennington shall be filling a vacant seat in our King's private council. In their honor, we need a noble house to host a tournament in the High Arm's honor. Lastly, with Charles Bennington leaving for the King's private council, that leaves the Western Valley without an acting High Arm. The High Arm acts to extend the reach of the High Lord's authority throughout the valley, and the position must be filled. Thou noble lords of the valley shall pick the next High Arm of your own to serve our High Lord. The meetings are set up over the next couple of weeks, giving thou time to handle business whilst in the capital. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to next week. Here we go. House visit, Marcave. Of the noble houses of the valley, House Marcave is the first to invite thou for a visit. While thou art the smallest of the High Lord's sworn noble houses, House Marcave is not much larger. Despite this, they are a proud and oft-secretive house, known for their master smiths and the rich mines in the mountains their house is nestled twixt. Greeting, Lord Ravenstorm. Gramercy for visiting us so promptly. I believe we have much to discuss. My bad. While our houses are far apart, I bet it'd be best if we work together more to help strengthen our positions. Let's see. Doth thou hast aught to trade? The old lord pauses to grab a sword from behind their seat, and something it to thee, tenders it to thee. What if we armed thou with the finest steel in the valley from Marcave Smiths? Then thou and yours can show that the small houses still have sharp thorns when provoked. Have this sword as a gift, yet what can thou offer in return for more weapons for thy soldiers? What if we deal in flour and breads for our new windmills? Thy fellow lord takes an instant to confer with their steward, returning with some rough numbers scrawled on a parchment. We shall have to work out the specifics, yet this works excellently. With little farmland, we import most of our food. Thy flour and breads be of higher quality, and yet we can depend on how stock less would we work with thou instead. What is thy opinion on our fellow lords? It is no secret that House Stock and House Carlbridge are in a power struggle to be the most powerful sworn house. I worry both of them lack morals in face of their own ambitions. They would tear us apart if it could help their standing against the other. I hark thou hast already experienced this firsthand. It will only get worse once one of them is high arm. Let us discuss the Lord's Mount. Yes, exciting and troubling times indeed. I shall miss Charles Bennington as high arm. I believe it's safe to say we stand no chance of being high arm. I have put little thought yet into who I expect to support twixt their stock in Carlbridge. I has not desire to host the High Arms Fair, yet the role of constructing siege weapons is something I hope you would support my claim to. I don't think we really want to build siege weapons. We don't have a lot of smithing that I'm aware of. We just make a lot of flour and bread, so I'll say that I'll support them on that. Others hold thou in high esteem, so I will choose to trust thou as well. Could thou compose the bid for high arm tournament host, expect to hark my voice supporting thy claim. Alright, I thank you for your hospitality, and I shall be on my way. This has been a delightful visit. Consider House Marcave open to you and yours when you need shelter on your travels. That's nice. Alright, so we're trading a little bit of food and getting an increase to our military strength due to sharp and pointy swords. Very nice. What's the Whisper Ear? I want to see that. One of thy guard approaches thou whilst breaking your fast and reveals to thee that thou art Whisper Ear, one of the Whisper Head's secret servants. My lord, the Whisper Head felt it prudent to send one of us with thou to the capital. If our lord has any tasks that are not appropriate for a lord to be seen committing, just say the word. Oh, interesting choices here. I don't necessarily... The sabotaging trade deals with competitor millers and farmers. That one's not interesting to me. But there's a discover any secret alliances twixt houses or secure an informant in house stock. Oh, let me ask a question. Okay. What does our Whisperhead already have you looking into? I can't give thou details, as you know. The Whisperhead's work is meant to be kept secret till necessary to forbear compromising you. Yet I have special interest in our more annoying neighbors. I'm really torn on this one. I think I'll do the discover any secret alliances with houses. They bow and without a word resume their normal duties. Okay. Very good, very good. I just got an alert on my phone, so I'm just trying to double check that all is well. Okay. Alright, Lordsman assignment. I'm not sure what this one is about. Oh, thy Lordsman Abigail Ravenstorm finds thee on the morrow looking for thy assignment. My lord sibling, I hope thou enjoy thyself in thy capital as much as I do. While I shall call Neston home, the city hath become like a second home while traveling on behalf of our house. We shall be hither for a while by the sounds of things, so what shall thou have me do whilst we are not visiting the other houses and attending the Lord's Mount? Search the city for new talent we can hire to join us, focus on trade, visiting our existing partners and explore new options, or work on improving relations with House Carlbridge. gonna say search the city for new talent, I guess. I shall find candidates for that to review ere we leave. Okay. More decisions to make. Excellent. Gotta love making some decisions. Alright, so I'm getting close to another time for a stretch break. I don't think I want to start the next week yet. I am going to share the game info one more time. So again, I'm playing My Liege, which just came out on Steam earlier this week. It is currently on an introductory sale, and there is a demo available to play. So I am going to take a little bit of a stretch break, and I will be back in approximately 3 minutes. I will see you guys on the other side of that.
A word from our sponsors.
Alright, welcome back, friends. We are going to progress to the next week and see what happens next in the Lord's Mount. House visit, Carlbridge, okay. Our rowdy neighbors. Let's see what they've got to say. Thy visit with Lord Carlbridge at the Carlbridge estate arrives. With it comes extra nerves for your guard, many of whom were involved with the events at the watermill last fall. Their steward, Maureen Carlbridge, greets thou and leads thee into the Lord's audience chamber. As thou waits for the lord of the house to arrive, the size of the manse and lavish decor are impossible to ignore. After an excessive delay, Lord Carlbridge arrives, standing tall and striding confidently. They take a seat in their throne despite this ostensibly being a friendly visit. Lord Ravenstorm, it is good of thou to meet with me today. I might not but say I'm terribly sorry for all of that misunderstanding last fall at the watermill. Mine guards simply got a bit ahead of themselves, misinterpreting my request to send you a message. All I wanted was to alert you that I was concerned our borders were not properly aligned with how our ancestors drew it up. If they are spinning you a tale, you must admit they're quite good at being believable. I can say I appreciate the apology. It is now in the past and we can move on, or yes, let's move on. I can only imagine how frustrating it must be to have thy guards fail to follow orders. Sassy. That one's kind of sassy. Thou best not provoke us again. House Ravenstorm will defend itself. I don't know if I want to invite that kind of aggression. Try us again, and by the High Lord, they shall hark thy continued aggression. I think I'm gonna go with the sassy. The smart move might be to be fully diplomatic, but it's subtle sassy, you know. We'll go with it. Yes, let's move on. I can only imagine how frustrating it must be to have thy guards fail to follow the orders. Indeed, and yet I say truly time does call upon us to move past this ugliness. Thou might not but know I summoned thou hither to talk with the Lord's Mount. I shall be declaring for the vacant high arm position. I be expecting thou to know what be best for thy house, and support mine claim and not Sir Stock. There will be no need for animosity should we work together. What say thou? Oh, the choices are, for the benefit of peace, we shall back your claim. And my sister says, hard as it is to admit, they would make a powerful ally. I have yet to make a decision. Swearing support before hearing from Stock may be risky. We can delay. We do not want to be enemies, yet to be high-armed thou shalt hast to earn it. Take care, my lord, in their eyes they have already earned it. Okay. Thou doth not fright us. We shall do what is best for us. They are pressuring us. We do not want to appear weak. Seems like my sister is suggesting either the second one or the fourth one. I'm going to go with the I have yet to make a decision because I want to hear what Sarah Stock has to say. They stand straighter than air, watching thou down their nose as they grant a slight chuckle. Thou art as clever as thou believes. We both know thou shalt do the right thing and put thine house first. Right. He's sassy. Sassy man. Alright. Lord's Mount Tourney. Our lords of the valley, we bid this Lord's Mount meeting to order. The lords take their seats around the meeting table, a jovial tone in the air to be beginning after weeks of anticipation. Let us begin with who shall be hosting the High Arms Tourney to honor former High Lord's Arm Bennington and our yet-to-be appointed new arm. Whoever hosts this grand tourney will have the support of my lesser stewards for planning, yet you shall be providing the land and manpower to build the grounds yourself. The host of the tourney shall not be in charge of the siege weapons, which we shall decide next meeting. I do not crave the lord in charge of weapons distracted by matters of the tourney. Okay. Several of the lords around the table shift and take quick counsel from their stewards and advisors accompanying them. After a brief pause, Lord Carlbridge clears their throat. Mine High Lord, it would be House Carlbridge's honor to host this tourney. House Stock must decline. Defending the gate of the valley has demanded much of our attention, and our fields are far too muddy to host mine lords. Marcave says we have no interest, yet House Marcave would support House Ravenstorm should they be interested. The other lords look surprised at this unexpected support, catching Lord Carlbridge off guard. High Lord Bennington turns to thee, waiting thy intent. So I can say we would be honored to host. Lord Marcade's support is appreciated. The Arrow woman. With two noble lords agreeing, the High Lord would almost be forced to pick us. Okay. We shall decline to volunteer, my lord. We are more interested in being considered for crafting your siege wish. That's not true. Best to be clear of our intentions to avoid losing face or lack of support for the journey. I don't want to do the military gears, so regretfully we must also decline. Our current responsibilities require our current attention. We would have to pull workers from other tasks to host. It's best to focus on our own tasks and not offend. So I either go for it and tick off my neighbor that we already had conflict with, or just decline and try to build up the stuff back at home. That is a tough choice. I think I'm gonna go with the decline. We'll see. Lord Stock nods to thou, appearing to understand the notion of already having much to attend to. High Lord Bennington, with a twinge of disappointment mixed in, respectfully bobs of their head. Is Bennington the one that was supporting? Oh no, Bennington's the high boss. Oh, they look disappointed? Okay. I understand, Lord Ravenstorm. I respect the honesty and devotion towards thy house. House Carlwood shall host the High Arms tourney. Well, I didn't mean to let down the big boss. Please. Alright. House visit stock. Here we go. We're going to learn some more about the other house that we haven't visited yet. They will arrive at House Stock's estate and are immediately greeted by their jovial lord, Sir Philippa Stock. They begin leading thee through the courtyard to admire the gardens and weather. Okay. Lord Ravenstorm, how good it is to have you join me today. I must say this Lord's Mount has been quite the event and bids well for both of our houses. Whilst I do not revel in the thought of suffering the arms tourney hosted by Lord Carlbridge, it shall be delightful to watch their knights fall in the joust in their own homeland. Speaking of, it has been ages since thy lordsman Abigail entered a joust. What do you make of their chances? Do I say, mine sibling as good as ever? I expected them to grant the best of the valley a challenge. My sibling is capable, yet simply is an honor to compete with it. No, I'm going to talk her up more than that. Lordsman Ravenstorm is going to shock the field. Your knight best be ready to be rode down. I will say she's going to put up a challenge to the best of the valley. Oh, I do not doubt that for a moment. Thy fellow lord continues through the gardens as they call for the success of thy house's combatants. Conversation continues, covering the winter and shared troubles with the short harvest suffered last year. Eventually, the lord returns to the matters of the Lord's Mount. Yes, let us speak of the Lord's Mount. I trust thou knows I resolve on becoming the next high arm of the valley, yet I never doubt that Lord Carlbridge intends the same. That business last year with the watermill was despicable, and I am not the only one that thinks it ridiculous that Carlbridge got off so easy. Mine whisper ears have told of thou already meeting with Lord Carlbridge, yet I shall not bid what they demanded of thou. I only bid that thou be smart at the final Lord's Mount meeting when lending thy voice for the next high arm. House Stock can provide for those whom help us, and can't promise the same for those whom do not. Message received. A veiled threat is still a threat. We need to be careful. Broken promise is worse than a promise not made. I don't. Let's see. if I support House Stock, so this says, as ambitious yet a much stabler neighbor than as ambitious yet a much stabler neighbor than Carlbridge, a fine choice. I can still choose yet again the I have yet to make a decision. I just don't know if there's going to be anything else that comes to light. I might say that one for now. Their eyes study thou, attempting to learn more than what thou art giving them. With a sigh and a shrug, they resume a relaxed posture. A clever lord keeps things close to the chest till necessary. I respect that. For yours and the valley's sake, I hope they'll come to the right conclusion. Righto. Same. Alright, Lords mount siege weapons. Yeah, I'm not going after the siege weapons. I support, whatchamacallit. Now I need to remember. Much of the discussion... Okay, so we're having second round of meetings. Much of the discussion focuses on rising tensions in the rest of the kingdom outside the Western Valley. Whilst I yet know when such weapons shall be required, the day will come when our king has need of them. As such, the Western Valley needs a military-minded lord to design and produce siege weapons. I intend for the Western Valley to be ready for any conflict that might come. House Stock and House Carlbridge both compose polite excuses favoring trade soldiers over machines, posturing more to each other than to the High Lord. Across from these sits the enigmatic Lord Marcave, renowned in the valley for being experts in both mining and smithing. They are waiting to see if thou honors thy word and promise. We believe House Marcave should build weapons, my high lord. They are the experts. So because otherwise it's like for me to take. I don't want that. We're baking bread. We're not making siege weapons. Thy words lighten Lord Marcave's expression. A shared look twixt confirms thou a lord of thy word. That settles things, Lord Marcave. I trust that thou art interested. Thy craftsmen have been renowned throughout the valley. Yes, mine high lord. We shall get started on the task immediately. Alright, so my honor went up a fair amount there for following through on that, I guess. Let's see. Abigail, tradesman candidate. My lord sibling, we have the head of a merchant family here interested in relocating to Neston. A richly dressed merchant steps forward. They clear their throat, attempting to calm their nerves. Praise, my lord. I be one of the finest clothier in the capital. Unfortunately, I hast run into some trouble with some local crime families, and fear for mine family. These false debts I owe are threatening to ruin me, so if you could promise my family would be safe, I would gladly relocate mine business to thy town. I'll accept. Excellent. I shall make the arrangements. I can't say when yet. We'll move to Neston soon, under the cover of night. Okay, new hires. 3 more merchants. Yay! Additional guard duties went up a little bit, so our military strength is a little smaller. But our gold has increased in the long-term prospectus. Alright. We head into June 1351. Late June, let's see. Matters remaining. Oh, I tried to hit the next week button, but I still need to... We've got a Lord's Mount interruption. What? In the midst of a Lord's Mount meeting discussing the state of farm produce this spring, thou see Lord Carlbridge receive a message from an attendant. My lords, I pray thy forgiveness, yet there is a matter I shall like to address with everyone to forbear panic and concern. Turning thee, they unfold the message and slide it across the rich wood meeting table. There was an instant in the wood twixt Bridgemont and Neston. The young lordling Thorin Ravenstorm, heir of House Ravenstorm, was found separated from their hunting party by a group of mine loggers. That area hath reports of recent bandit activity. They wisely took the young lordling inn and escorted them to safety at Bridgemont. There they learned the truth of their heritage and escorted them back to across the river to house Ravenstorm lands and their keep. Thou mean to tell us thy people kidnapped a member of a neighboring noble house and now crave us to treat thou as the hero? Exactly the opposite. I felt it prudent to discuss here and now, ere Lord Ravenstorm heard nasty rumors, and reassure them that mine people vouch for their heir's safety. So my choices, I can be all angry. Let's see, or I vow to learn from thy heir who saved them and to repay their kindness. With the rest of the lords hither we should be gracious and maintain honor. Let's see. I shall wait to pass judgment till I hark the facts from mine heir and their attendants at home. Thou holdst mine heir hostage, right, heir? I mean, I wasn't given the story that they were. Well, I guess I was. They held him until they realized who he was. I don't know. I think that this thy is wrong. It's like supposed to be my heir, so I think that this is probably the right answer. It's just a little odd typo there or something. I assure thou they shall be rewarded. I simply can't stand the thought of their getting hurt. What? From the look on their face, Lord Stock doth not believe their story for a minute. Okay. What? Oh, wait. This is so... I don't know. That was awkward wording. I didn't really follow that. I'm not sure who to trust right now. Let's see. Whilst this deserved more tact, at least the lordling is safe. After the meeting, your messengers report thy heir's safety. For now, naught to do but be on thy guard and await thy heir's side of the story. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. We're doing well on gold, food, and honor. Our military is still a little skinny and morale could be better. Why did honor just go down? Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, maybe it went red because this affects honor. Let's see what happens here. The final meeting of the Lord's Mount hath arrived. It is time to pick a new high arm of the valley. Oh, here we go. Was dreading this decision. My noble lords of the Western Valley, my major merchants and heads of houses of Cresthall, it is time we select the next high arm. The role of high arm is to be an extension of my voice and judgment to reach where I am not. While my judgment is paramount, in my absence, the high arm's decisions are to be treated as mine own. As hath been done for high arms past, the selection shall be handled no different. Nobles present today can make cases for whom they deem worthy of the role, and High Lord Bennington shall compose the selection based on thy wills. Members of the crowd begin taking turns proposing names boisterously, embellishing the deeds of the heads of minor houses or leaders of merchant guilds, eager to curry favor in such a public way. After several names with no true chance, a well-dressed merchant stands for Lord Stock. Hears accompany this proclamation, and the noble lord rises. It shall be my honor to serve as the High Lord's high arm. From Stockholm I shall serve justly. Accompanying the cheers, however, come cries from another noble lord, a tall figure, the head of a minor house from Bridgemont, stands proclaiming for Lord Carlbridge, as they are the strongest and hath been just and fair to their house for generations. With all due respect, Lord Stock, the valley doth not want for a servant, but a leader alongside our high lord. I shall be that high arm, and those who would wrong the Western Valley shall be granted swift and just recourse. High Lord Bennington acknowledges the two proclaimed candidates and is looking expectantly towards yourself and Lord Marcave. da da da. So, Carl Bridge, my sister says, not my ideal pick, yet if they win, supporting them here would do the most for staying on their good side. Standing for Lord Stock, they stand a good chance of being appointed and has not wronged us recently. A firm set ally to align ourselves with. And standing for neither is described as an honorable and safe way to not support either noble lord, yet a long shot. Abstaining, House Marcave would approve, yet leaves us with no influence over the selection, and the lords might see it as a slight. So I can either support the neighbor that has been an aggressor against me and potentially just kidnapped my son while I was here, or the more like manipulative one. That these are not great. Neither one of these seem like great choices given the information I have. I am gonna support Lord Stock though. That might get me. Thy statement is met with mixed cheers and rebuttals, Lord Stock standing by thy side in a show of unified support. Lord Marcave looks distressed, nervously glancing over at Lord Calbridge as they stand to speak. House Marcave stands with Lord Calbridge. May they protect this valley. The room quiets down gradually as the High Lord gives everybody in the room thoughtful looks ere continuing. My lords and fellow residents of the Western Valley, I have known thy claims, yet there is not a clear consensus. With much unrest outside this valley, I receive it best to leverage our strengths. Lord Stock, thy defense of the gates to the valley I fear may become paramount in the coming years, and thou hast been a loyal and respected house to find rule. Lord Stock shall be our next high arm of the Western Valley. And I got an achievement that says her, Lord Stock becomes the high arm. I wonder if there's an alternate achievement for when you do different choices in the game, like if you have to replay it multiple times to collect them. I'll have to look at the achievements at some point. Alright, so I guess we progress. Capital depart. We're all the way to July already. With the Lord's Mount concluded, thy party prepared to depart for home. As thou prepare to depart, alas, Lord Carlbridge and a couple guards approach to bid thee farewell. Well, Ravenstorm, I would say this Lord's Mount was as a delight, yet we both know the events that befell here were not. Take thy instant to feel terribly clever. I offered peace and cooperation, and thou went and turned that upstart Sir Stock into high arm. For thy sake, best hope it works out for thou. As for us, best just keep thy head down and stay out of our way. High arm or no, I have plans and intend to see them through. Great. That's my neighbor. Awesome. Whisper Ears results. Okay. On thy return trip, thou take note of the guards as they switch who is marching lone up front. After confirming that your party is clear of any outside travelers, thou join the lead guard, whom thou know as a Whisper Ear. My lord, what lord's mount? I can only imagine the fascinating things thou discussed, yet I must say I harked all sorts of fascinating things. I knew most of House Marcave before this trip. They kept to themselves, yet won't duns the mouse about providing the High Lord and their guards with all of the steel they want? Imagine my surprise to learn that most of the weapons and tools they sell actually end up in Carlbridge lands. They idly chat about the road ahead, and with a wink politely excuse themselves as for time to change scout duty. So, the house that I made a deal with to get arms also is supplying my neighbor, which has a much bigger army and is angry at me, so that's cool. Not really. Home update. Thou arrive home, greeted by members of thy house and important families in Neston. Thou make it to the keep, eager to see thy heir again and get an update of what truly took place in thine absence. Thorin rushes to greet thou. Thy steward Glemon follows them. My lord, it is most excellent to hast thou back. Things hast been a bit on edge ever by our little lordling's mishap with the loggers of House Carlbridge. We knew better than to let the lordling go hunting that close to the river, yet they were insistent. We could not have known their horse would get frightened and take them so swiftly from their escort and across the river. Thank the steward, but I will hear the rest from thy heir of what befall. Yeah, I want to hear from my kiddo. Thy heir, silent on the matter till now, looks nervous before recounting what befell. Well, the loggers were nice enough, and upon realizing I was lost, they rushed me to the keep in Bridgemont because they heard of bandits in the area. The Lord's consort was so nice, they insisted I call them Marjorie and spoke me as their servants brought me sweets. It took a while, but their guard showed up again, ready to bring me home, and that's when we met Martin Smith at the bridge. Thou still hast reason to believe House Carlbridge was attempting to intimidate. It is unclear whether it was premeditated. Thou thank them for being brave, reassuring them that they won't ask to be lord of the house again until they are ready. Okay. Windmill is finished. Excellent. My lord, the windmills have been completed and the millers are beginning work. Excellent. We shall continue selling to our normal vendors, yet we have capacity now to take on another outside trading partner. Flour is one of our best exports, so a trade deal could be a great way to forge a better relationship with one of our neighbors, so keep this in mind and when negotiating with your fellow lords. I thought that I already did this. We've got 4 more millers? Okay. Look at us go. Okay. Watchtower delay. Upon returning from Crest Hall, thou see that the watchtower at the edge of thy lands is still left unfinished. Thy master-at-arms appears stressed and gathers their ledgers. 'Twas the wood, my lord. We were not careful enough in our measurements and have come up woefully short. We are working on fixing the problem, but it may still be yet a couple weeks before we are finished. Oh no. Let's see. Act 1 Epilogue. Okay. The Lord's Mount. Complete Act 1. Act 2 Attorney for Lords. Oh, right. The attorney is coming up. It is being hosted by our neighbor that is angry at us. That's going to be great. You have matters that require your attention before moving on to the next week. Oh, I need to talk to this. Okay. What is this? Let's see. 'Tis midsummer for the Western Valley, and everywhere be abuzz with activity. It hath been a month since the Lord's Mount, and the nobles busy themselves with the outcomes. The High Lord has siege weapons in progress under House Marcave. Gossip of war is unfounded, yet prevalent. The valley hath a new high arm, Lord Stock. The tourney to honor the new high arm is in 2 weeks' time in Bridgemont. Thy small folk and nobles alike are excited with anticipation as Abigail Ravenstorm is to compete in the joust. Yeah, my sister's gonna rock this thing. Win it all. Our house always pays its debts. Have the max 5 out of 5 gold for a turn. I just got another achievement. That's cool. Search for a coach. As the tournament draws near, Lord Ravenstorm is in the keep reviewing final preparations. Thy sibling, Abigail Ravenstorm, and the sole representative of thy house in the upcoming joust, enters with a determined expression. Lord Sibling, I come with a request. As thou know, it has been a decade since I last participated in a joust. Though I be confident in my abilities as a rider and fighter, I canst not deny I am out of practice with the lance. To bring honor to our house, I seek thy approval to hire a skilled jousting coach to help me prepare. Let's see, yeah, we're gonna approve it. We're rich right now. Super rich. Let's see. Their face brightens with a mix of relief and determination. They stand a bit taller, motivated by the support. I got you, sis. Gramercy, I shall make the most of this opportunity and shall not let thee down. Ooh, that was expensive. 1.5 gold. Must be a really good coach. I hope she wins. Let's see if the watchtower... Oh, the watchtower finished quickly. Figured out how to measure lumber, did we? My lord, the watchtowers are complete and we have stationed a couple guard at all three. It may be hard to measure, yet these outposts will most certainly help protect travelers in addition to our safeguarding our land. Yay, military strength is up. Next week. Oh, time for the tournament. It'll be interesting to watch these little meeples try to joust. Alright, sis. Win the whole thing. High Arms opening statement. Alright. The tournament grounds are a bustling sea of color and noise.
Hello, friend.
One moment, friend. One second, I had to reset my browser settings. I lost my mod keys on Twitch. I had to get those back. Alright. Let's see. The tournament grounds are a bustling area. Let's see. The excited murmurs create a lively atmosphere. At the center of it all, the grandstand has been erected where the High Arm Lord Stock will deliver the opening speech. Good people of the Western Valley, it is with great pride that I have been selected to be thy High Arm. Oh yes, so proud. Together we have forged a valley of strength, a place where honor and loyalty bind us as one. In these times when the winds of uncertainty blow across the kingdom, we must look within and beyond our borders. Our valley is strong, yet 'tis our duty to be unyielding against any foreign threats that may seek to undermine our peace. As thy High Arm, I shall ensure we are ne'er found wanting when our mettle is tested. We shall flourish, back thine lands, and see a prosperity unmatched. I thank thee for this tourney, and to all who compete, know that you do so with the hopes and strengths of the valley behind you. Let this grand tourney commence. Hey, Lone Wolf, welcome in. Round 1 preparation. As thou explores the tourney grounds, Abigail Ravenstorm can be found preparing their gear for the upcoming joust. How's it going, sis? My lord sibling, good to see you. I seek thy advice for mine opponent. I am to face Sir Godfrey Ballister in the joust's first round, a knight of renown, sword of the High Lord themselves. So it shall not be an easy win, I fear. We've shared friendly words in the past, yet I know little about their skills personally. I find myself unsure how to best prepare for this contest. Offered a party with Sir Mallister the night before to keep them out late? That's horrible. Let's see. Suggest last-minute training with Master-at-Arms Smith. Smith says, I have fought alongside Sir Mallister. I can speak to their fighting style. That works. And it seems like the most honorable thing. I will turn it off. I actually was trying to... I did not mean to. What's one sec? Oh, just a minute. Okay. I was just trying to remove some spam and I had to reset all my browser settings, so I was trying to turn on the mod buttons and I clicked on the wrong thing. So thank you for alerting me that I still had it on. Yes, when thought I needed assistance with, you know, viewers. I do not. Not that kind of assistance. Thank you very much. All right. Martin's training is harsh, yet if it maketh me stronger, I shall face it head on. You go, sis. Win this tournament. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate your help. Tournament grounds are alive with excitement as the trumpets blare, signaling the start of the day's contests. Abigail Ravenstorm, clad in the colors of House Ravenstorm, sits astride their horse at one end of the lists. Across from them, Sir Godfrey Mallister, a knight of an imposing stature and gleaming armor, gives a nod of respect to their counterpart. People of the valley, gather ye round. The next match is set between Sir Godfrey Mallister, sworn sword of our noble high lord, and Abigail Ravenstorm, representing House Ravenstorm. The competitors urge their horses forth, lower lances, and meet with successfully deflected blows. On the second pass, Abigail's lance strikes true, catching Sir Mallister just above the shield and unseating them with a powerful blow. A clean hit! Abigail Ravenstorm hath unseated Sir Godfrey Mallister. The crowd roars for their hometown rider as Abigail rides over to their bested opponent as they regain their feet. A fine strike, Abigail Ravenstorm. Thou hast proven thy mettle today. It shall be mine honor to recall this match. Nice! You won! It's decent. There's a fair amount of so Lone Wolf on the Twitch side was asking how I'm liking the game so far. It's definitely cute, a cute art style, pretty simple character models or whatever, but it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of steps in the story where you can only get a little bit of advice. You have to like choose which piece of advice that you want and stuff like that. So it's just interesting for going through the story and doing the decision-making points. Given my personal desires for, you know, proper grammar and clear writing, there's some points that the dialogue really and the writing could use another pass through. As a general thing, it's pretty good. So it's just and I'm not sure. I think it's priced at around $15 US, which I saw somebody saying that it took them about like 2.5 hours to finish it. So I don't know on that one, like for the price point, but right now it's like 34% off. So I mean, potentially worth picking up on sale, but I don't like, for me personally, would I pay $15 for this as it is? I probably would not. There is a free demo that you could play and check it out and stuff, but on sale maybe, you know, it's like, but I tend to do that a lot. I put games on my wish list and wait for things to go on sale and pick them up when they're on sale because well, you know, gaming budgets. But so I definitely am a sale proponent, and this one is on sale right now. I can share the game info out again, but yeah. The music's kind of fun. I love how every time I go to the next you advance like a week at a time, and every time I go the next week, there's a little it's really funny. And it sounds like somebody just did it with like a voice or a kazoo into a microphone, it doesn't sound like so it's just like it's cute, and it's got little kind of cute touches and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very funny. Let's see. Oh, we're about to hear it. Ready? Okay, show of support. As thou walks through the marketplace, taking in the sights and sounds of the journey, a familiar voice calls out. Oh, it's Lord Stock. Lord Ravenstorm. What a pleasant surprise to find thee here among the common folk. The markets are quite lovely today, are they not? And I must say, I'm particularly looking forward to the match between Abigail and Sir Fillard. It would bring me no small amount of satisfaction to see that knight humbled, would it not? They lean in closer as they lower their voice. Should Abigail manage to embarrass House Crowbridge in their match, regardless of means, I should be most pleased indeed. Regardless of means, I don't like that about you. I'm just saying. Thou could expect House Stock would be eager to show its support to anyone who humbles that pompous knight. Standing straight and back to their normal energetic self, Lord Stock bids thee good day as they continue making their way through the markets. Ooh, Da Vinci Resolve 20 is out today. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that, I guess, but at the same time, sometimes it breaks some things. I use some plugins and stuff with it, and sometimes I have to wait for the plugins to get updated as well. Good to know. Yeah, I use plugins from Mr. Alex Tech with DaVinci. It's just, he's got some like preloaded animation things that are nice because it's already got all the settings and stuff. He's got like a bunch of presets for like bringing in like something whipping in from the side and going back out and things like that. So let's see, round 2 preparation. I'm probably about to have to make a decision about whether I'm gonna just have my sister win this fight straight up or whether I do something underhanded. The victory against Sir Godfrey Malister has brought a sense of pride to House Ravenstorm, but the true challenge lies ahead. Sir Fillard, the Master of Arms from House Calbridge, a knight renowned for their prowess and widely considered the favorite to end the tournament. My lord sibling, I must prepare if I'm to continue the success. What dost thou suggest? So we did send some guards early in the game over to train over there, so we could talk to them to find some insight. Or I can just hear from my sister. Let's see. Lie and tell them their opponent was disrespecting them. No. Without telling Abigail sabotage the opponent's out. Nope, she wouldn't like that. She's honorable like me. Find our guards that trained under Sir Fillard to offer insight. My Master at Arms brings forth the guards that trained under Sir Fillard last fall. Tell me everything you remember. No detail is too small. If this knight has a pattern or weakness, I want to know it. Together we shall find a way to best them. You go, girl. You got this. It is time for the second round of the tourney. Alright, here we go. Flags bearing the colors of the noble houses flutter in the breeze, and the air is thick with the excitement of the competition. Abigail takes their position as the announcer introduces them, the tension in the crowd palpable. As the announcer calls out Sir Fillard's name, the crowd erupts in cheers until thou canst tell if the announcer is even speaking or not. Abigail Ravenstorm bows to their opponent from horseback, yet the Crowbridge knight simply stares back. Rude. Rude. The signal is given and both riders spur their horses into action. The ground trembles under the weight of the charging steeds as they make their first passes. With a thunderous clash, the lances strike. The impacts send a shockwave through the arena as the Crowbridge knight wobbles in their saddle before falling to the dirt. The crowd gasps in disbelief as they watch their champion angrily wrestle their body upright. Sir Fillard stands disheveled, gives the bare minimum of a bow to their opponent, and in a huff leaves the field. Ooh. Thick merchants, uh-oh. Amidst the festivities of the second round of the joust, thy steward finds thee and thy consort Mary Ravenstorm with an update on the house's activities at the tourney market. I have met with House Ravenstorm merchants. I'm pleased to report many are selling out of goods. The influx of gold should serve our house well. Yet I bring word that doth trouble me. There has been reports of sickness among the small folk. A pair of merchants from our own Neston have taken ill. Unable to work the stalls, I sent them home to rest and recover. Sickness? Here at such a time? How dreadful. Gramercy for bringing us this news. I shall have a servant check on them. So we are up from sales and deals in gold. Interestingly, our honor and military did not change at all, or our morale from our sister beating the bad dude from the mean house. Request help. Okay. After their victory in round 2, Abigail Ravenstorm has found himself in the final round of the tourney. Sarah Marina Stock is the final opponent, famed for being the youngest ever knighted in the Western Valley after their defense at the Valley Gates 10 years past. In the quiet of the early evening, as the sun begins to set, thou was surprised with a private meeting by Lord Stock as they enter thy private tent. Yo, letting yourself in my tent, jeez. Lord Ravenstorm, thou hast brought thy house great honor in this tourney. Abigail has proven to be a formidable competitor, and I commend thee for it. The final match be against mine siblings, Sarah Marina. What an exciting time for our families. Yet, we both know how dangerous the joust can be, especially when two skilled competitors face off. I have no doubt in Sarah Marina's abilities, yet I would not see either of our siblings come to harm. Injuries, even fatal accidents, are all too common in these contests, and I would not risk such a tragedy for either of our houses. With the outcome nearly a foregone conclusion, I have just the solution. Tell Abigail to throw the match. No. We can give the small folk the show they expect, yet when it matters most, thine rider takes the fall and both our houses can remain safe. Of course, such a gesture would not go unrewarded. House Stock would see to it that House Ravenstorm is compensated handsomely, whether through trade, influence, or coin, whatever the need might be. Think on it, send a message if you accept. This has been a splendid tourney, and I look forward to the ending we all deserve. The conversation wraps up, and they leave the tent. The advisors and Abigail join to discuss options. Accept offer, Abigail will yield the match. Let's see. The offer is most prudent. The risk to Abigail and our house is considerable. Better we get something from the inevitable loss. 1 second. Sorry, my voice was starting to go low, but let's see. Decline the offer. The winner will be the better writer. The reward would be great, yet what of our honor? For thy small folk and for our heir, set a good example and fight with honor. Lie, tell Abigail you decline to accept the offer in secret. Well, that doesn't make sense, because if she's supposed to take an action to throw the fight, that, that doesn't work. What? The winds of deceit can oft bring a great advantage. Let them bring down their guard and oh, I see. No. No, we're gonna decline the offer. And, you know, be true to ourselves and hopefully win. I thank thee for my faith in me. Of course, Abigail. I shall give this joust everything I have and prove House Ravenstorm stands strong in its own merit. I know you will. You got this. Final round preparation. Okay. The final joust is drawing near, and the banners of House Ravenstorm and House Stock flutter proudly in the evening breeze over the tourney lists. House Ravenstorm has never had a tourney champion heir, let alone reach the finals. With such high stakes and the extra pressure from that conversation with Lord Stock, Abigail looks to thee for advice one last time. Let's see. Best to rest and get a good meal. And seek out their previous opponent for insight. Or spread a rumor to distract thy opponent. Nope, we are honorable. Get some rest, girl. Best to rest and get a good meal. Rest is best. Even Daniel Tiger knows that. Mary always did have a way of bringing sense to matters. I also need to keep my edge, so training first, then I shall find my way to the feasting tent. Alright. I guess the final isn't till the next week. Herald, lords and nobles, good folk of the Western Valley. Today we witness the ultimate contest of skill and valor. In this final match, we present to you Sir Marina Stock of House Stock and Abigail Ravenstorm of House Ravenstorm. May the gods favor the bold and grant victory to the most deserving. The crowd cheers as anticipation reaches a crescendo. The competitors share a nod of respect to ready their lances and steady their mounts. With a sudden burst of energy, the two spur their horses forward. The moment of impact comes with a deafening crash. The first pass is inconclusive, a testament to the skill of both competitors. Lances in hand, they prepare to charge once more. With skill and speed of a seasoned knight, Sir Marina Stock's lance flashes past Abigail's shield and lands a definitive blow, knocking them to the dirt. And they has done it. Sir Marina Stock is thy champion. Today we have witnessed a match worthy of song and story. Sir Marina Stock, thou hast proven thine skill and valor beyond doubt. Name thy prize. If it is within my power, it shall be. My lord, as the first line of defense of the valley, House Stock hath taken on a steep responsibility to maintain a standing army to guard the gates. I request that I be elevated and named Captain General of the Valley, with the authority to levy and train soldiers from across the valley for the purpose of its defense. To see the other lords and nobles surprised, such a role hath never existed, and would give them considerable power over the noble houses. Granted, from henceforth thou shalt. 1 second. Let me turn down the game volume a little bit so I can welcome y'all in. Welcome in, readers. And my game is not. Hold on, let me see if I can get my game to show up. Oh, it's not behaving. Well, just ignore that my game is being weird. And welcome in, raiders. I am Ravi Reed of Ravi Plays Games. I am currently playing My Liege. It is a game that just came out on Steam earlier this week. And I am very close. I'm about 2 minutes away from an ad break, you guys. So that's coming up very soon. But we are in the middle of a joust, and I am playing the role of a whatchamacallit. I'm like the lord of a little part of a bigger kingdom, and my sister just lost in the finals, and we're seeing what's happening. But this is a game I'm playing. It's called My Liege, and welcome in. So, Soma, if you need to raid in front, totally get it. But love to have you here. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in all you lovely raiders. Hello, Zoe and Jackson, and who else we got here? Trying to catch up. Pandorica Galaxy, welcome in. Yeah, so I'm just discovering the story of what's happening right after. So the person that just beat my sister in the joust has basically asked to be promoted to this super high military position that didn't exist. So, plot twist. But yeah, this has been an interesting game. It's a cute little art, and it's kind of, you make choices throughout that kind of direct the story. But yeah, I'm in Act 2 so far, I guess. Let's see. So High Lord Bennington is the main big boss over all the different lords. Granted, from henceforth thou shalt be Captain General of the Valley of Ser Marina Stock. Thou shalt relinquish any claim to thy ancestral seat in Stockholm and serve the realm, directly reporting to me. Now that's interesting that they give up their ancestral seat. That was a noisy crowd at that tournament. Whew, okay. So basically, the time progresses 1 week at a time, and then I just have different activities are happening, different decisions come before me, and all I can do is make a decision. I don't actually get to enforce it. So that's been interesting. So things just kind of happen based on what I ask to have happen. I do have that ad break just about to start, but we're going to be back in 3 minutes. Do some self-care, go get a stretch, get a hydrate, hit the little gamers room, and come back and hang out. And I will see you in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I will be right back.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hello, welcome back. All right. Thank you for your patience with that break. I need a little bit of time to stretch my legs and stuff, so Thank you so much. All right. Words of plague. Oh, this isn't good. We went from a couple of sick merchants to what? With the tourney finished, the members of House Ravenstorm return home and settle in for the remainder of fall before winter. The sun hath barely risen over Neston when a group of traders arrives home. Their faces are drawn, their voices hushed, and their demeanor heavy with the burden of ill news. My lord, the gods have turned their back on Bridgemont. A plague hath begun to take hold. Folk be fallen ill like leaves in autumn. 'Tis ill fortune so short after many graced the high arms tourney, 'tis ominous indeed. So Bridgemont is, I think, the main capital of the kingdom. I'll see what my wife has to say about this. Let's see. If I send aid, we can send physicians and herbalists, earn the goodwill of Lord Carlbridge and their small folk. Oh, wait, Bridgemont is the town right across from us that's been aggressive to us? Oh. My sister says, cease travel and trade to Bridgemont. It may be harsh yet prudent. Let Lord Carlbridge may... yeah, sometimes there's just some typos in here. Okay, so Lord Carlbridge may see this as an affront if they choose. Do nothing, maintain current trade and allow this to pass. My shaman says he's my whisperhead or spy master as well. An illness might weaken them. 'Tis an opportunity to strengthen our position without lifting a sword. That's dark, dude. Spoken like a true spy master. Perhaps just let the illness do our work for us. Okay, dude. It was definitely the whisperhead side of him and not the shaman speaking. Let's see. Do I want their goodwill? They've been not great to us. I'll be nice because that's just my nature. Okay. Send aid to Bridgemont to help manage the plague. Thou will send a contingent of skilled healers to Bridgemont, along with supplies of herbs and poultices. I shall see to supplying the healers myself. Unknown plague spreading from other houses. Plague has increased. Great, I now have a plague counter on my stats. Oh, lovely, lovely. Okay, but my honor has gone up. It can't go up much higher with the scale we've got here. And my gold went down, but in the long run, I'm still doing fine. So this whole panel up here, it's a little... The colored in stuff is like my current situation. The little black arrow that might be hard to see and the outlined stuff that has like a dark outline but isn't colored in is like my long-term situation. The green and red arrows in front of stuff are kind of like the trends that are happening. And yeah, that's kind of... I get reports kind of every time I do something that impacts that stuff. I get these little ledgers kind of thing with the updates to the different statuses. Statusi, I don't know. Stati? But I don't know. Words. Plague spreading throughout the valley. The plague is getting stronger. That's lovely. Oh. We have one guard take sick. One farmer took sick. A merchant. Okay. Too many. There's some small folk too sick to work. Oh no. I don't know if it's working. Is it working? Maybe. Do I sound like I'm singing? Do I sound like I'm singing? Or am I just echoing? I don't know. I don't know. It might be broken because all my sound is broken lately. That totally broke my sound. Can you guys hear me now? That muted my mic and didn't unmute it. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna disable sound redeems. I had some tech issues and I tried to fix them, but I did not fix them all apparently. So streaming is an adventure. Always an adventure. Gotta love it. I will try to be as fast as I can with this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Alright. I think that really that probably only affects alright. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. But that was I don't know. Sometimes you just want the stream to work and it doesn't work. And that's fun. So fun. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. But, you know. No use crying about it. Unless, of course, crying is adorable. Alright, let's get an update on the plague. We might need more sad kitties. Let's see. Ooh. Whilst studying the latest reports on the costs and earnings from the tourney with Charles, the door opens and Mary enters. Hello, wife. What's going on? I come with news of the plague that hath spread through the valley. The sickness hath spread to Neston, and while the worst has not come to pass, it is clear the town is suffering. The keep, too, feels the strain, my lord. Servants whisper of illness, and supplies are starting to become harder to come across. The reports build a sense of urgency. After dismissing them, thou arranges for the advisors to all meet soon to discuss what action to take. Alright. Aid update. An update arrived today from the healers and herbalists sent to Bridgemont. Thy consort meets with you to discuss the update. The situation there is worse than expected. In only a few weeks since the tourney, the illness spreads quickly. They say it be like no illness they have seen ere. There have not been deaths yet. The number of small folk bedridden grows. The healers intend to stay longer to continue their efforts, though they admit the task ahead is daunting. The healers' extended stay in Bridgemont is necessary, but it also means that Neston remains vulnerable with some of its best healers away, battling an unseen enemy. Oh, the plague is increasing. This is not looking good. This is not boding well. Oh, the plague. Give me something I can fight with swords. Okay, plague is spreading throughout the valley. 3 farmers took sick. Oh no. Alright, plague council time. It's calling a meeting. Let's see what we've got. The plague continues to worsen throughout the Western Valley, and there is little else that the small folk can talk of these days. Thou hast gathered all of House Ravenstorm to discuss possible action to take. Several members come forward with recommendations for consideration. Lemon, what would thou propose? My lord, we must look beyond our borders. The plague ravages not only Neston, but the entire valley. Let us reach out to our High Lord to seek a coordinated effort among all the houses. Shaman Whisperhead Magmatius says, an alliance or a plea for aid? We risk showing weakness, inviting our rivals to see House Ravenstorn as vulnerable. Lemon, what other choice do we have? The plague knoweth no borders, no loyalties. If we do not unite, we may all fall one by one. Okay. So I'm choosing between we must work together, send messages to other noble houses, or we cannot risk the travel. We know not how afflicted the other houses are. We must work together. We must work together. Send messengers to the other noble houses. I shall gather messengers at once. I will seek out the high arm myself and send the others to each noble house. The room is divided on this. I Whisperhead, unable to hide their dismay. That's interesting, because these choices went away from me for a little bit, but... Okay, Magmatius, what would thou propose? My lord, there may yet be an opportunity in this plague. We be a whisper away from weakening the stance of our more ambitious neighbors. We have the new high arm, and yet Lord Stark does not, as the valley plunges into plague. What of Lord Calbridge, failing to contain the sickness? I hark of their traitors being the first reported ill. I do not like lying. People are sick and just need help. We would not deny those of help, little lordling, simply a whisper for people to grasp onto. No. We will not speak lies of our neighbors. Very well, I wish to serve. Mine ears will listen for whispers all the same. The rest of the room looks content with taking the honorable path. Martin Smith, thou hast a suggestion? My lord, we must be pragmatic as the sick cannot work. I suggest we conscript those still healthy into additional duties. Be it guarding the town, tending the fields, or aiding the healers, let them serve their house and remind them of their loyalty. But Martin, they are already weary. To demand more of them now could break their spirits. We cannot treat them as mere tools to be used and discarded. Do I say we need as many hands as we have by the end of this and enlist them, or say that they are already struggling and pushing them more shall not help? Do I have healthy individuals who aren't working? I mean, like, who would I be taking? Would it be the merchants mostly or something? I don't know. I'm gonna enlist folks. We will need as many hands as we have by the end of this. Enlist the remaining healthy individuals to work. The small folk will grumble, but they will do their duty for their lord and house. Thy consort be most concerned, yet it is undeniable that more help is needed. Oh no, now I'm feeling like I should have listened to my wife. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. With thy house in order, everybody departs to get back to their duties. Oh, the plague is spreading. Great. Great. Replies from abroad. Okay. Our messengers have answers. The air in the solar is thick with the scent of burning herbs, an attempt by the household staff to ward off the plague. Thou sits at a wooden table, deep in thought, as Clement enters with a bundle of letters. I bring tidings from the other houses. We have yet to receive word from High Lord Bennington or Lord Calbridge. It is not terribly surprising, yet may be reason to worry. Lord Markhave was swift in reply. Their words were optimistic, if not contradictory. The Lord offers full support in any efforts to combat the plague, yet confirms they are banning outsiders from entering the mountains the ring fort is settled betwixt. It leaves one to wonder how they mean to support if they refuse to leave. Lord Stock, on the other hand, responded with characteristic pragmatism. They acknowledge the plague, but seem less concerned than the others. Stockholm, it seems, is faring better than most, perhaps due to their ample stores and the distance from other affected towns. There is not much to be done right now, but it is promising to hear that at least some of the other houses are managing and can be counted on for help. Alright, let's see about our pressed into labor, folks. Despite the increased numbers of ill restricted to their beds, the sounds of hammers and carts still fill the air around town. My lord, I bring word of our progress. The healthy have stepped up, filling the gaps in the guard, aiding in the fields, and even assisting the healers where they can. With this influx of hands, the Castellan tells me our supplies remain steady and Neston secure for the time being. I yet admit there was truth to thy consort's concern, though. Those still able to work grow weary working to endure out of necessity, not hope. Should the number of ill continue to rise, we will be left with no choice but to reduce production, as the small folk will have nothing left to give. While a worrying warning, thou thank thy master-at-arms and wish to continue to be updated should morale dip further. Okay. We've got more farmers, I guess, I guess we just had spare villagers that weren't assigned to jobs. I did not realize. Morale is taking a hit. Okay. The plague continues to spread. Yippee. Do I want to read about Crisis in the Fields first, or Cries of Witchcraft? Right? Oh, things are going swimmingly. This is set in the mid-1300s, so, you know. The news of the first deaths from the plague have spread quickly through the town. Normally bustling with the day's activities, the barn now carries a heavy, somber weight. Field hands work as fear and grief fill their thoughts. Thou visits the Neston barn with thy steward. Let's see, do I provide aid for the grieving families? Find new field hands to lessen the burden during the harvest. Comfort families, speak to their honor to raise morale. Morale, blah, words. Words are hard sometimes. Okay. My wife says, my love, the pain of these families is immeasurable. They need to know we see them. With the right words, they may can find the strength to continue. Yeah. My wife's usually right, so we'll try that. Let's see. After meeting with the families personally, their grief remains, but their spirits are lifted. Talk spreads of the Lord who listens, and the mood around town appears almost defiant as they attempt to persevere past the tragedy. Look at that, I'm the Lord who listens. I've had worse nicknames. I like it. Cries of Witchcraft. The market, usually filled with merchant townsfolk, is now occupied with a tense and anxious crowd. Fearful whispers and angry shouts fill the air. A merchant, disheveled and wild-eyed, stands up on a box. Yelling to the crowd, their voice carries over the murmur of people. "'Tis the people of Ringford. They've cursed us all. The sickness comes from their dark arts beneath the earth, and it'll spread till something is done. We must protect our own. Drive them out before it's too late." The crowd roars in agreement, and a wave of panic surges through the square. The situation is tense as thou watch over the scene. Okay. Okay, House Marcave is the ring fort. Oh yeah, okay, so that's... They're clear far away on the other side of the whole kingdom, I think. So... My Master-at-Arms says that we need to quell this madness and tell them to knock it off, basically, and say it's nonsense. My son, who is like 10 or 11, is suggesting promise to investigate, try to placate the crowd because they're scared. And my steward says, say nothing, let them vent their frustrations as long as it's not directed at us. No, steward, you are not correct this time. I need to quell this because it sounds like the guard can't contain if it gets too rowdy, so... Enough of this nonsense. There is no witchcraft, no curse from Ringfort. We're facing a sickness, and we must face it with courage and reason, not with fear and wild accusations. The crowd, taken aback by the sudden proclamation, murmured to each other and began to quiet down. Realizing they lost the crowd, the fear-mongering merchant slithers off their box, and the small folk mutter agreement with their lord. The tension is eased for now as the message takes root, and it is evident from the peasants' faces that courage and reason can only placate the masses for so long. So much drama. Well, at least morale went up a little. For now. Let's see how the plague is going next week. Oh, even more plague. Woo. A guard has taken sick. A farmer has taken sick. A merchant has taken sick. Alright, secrets of import. As the day of taking meetings in the keep's main hall comes to a close, a servant approaches. My lord, I bring word of great urgency. It concerns the plague. I fear there are dark forces at play. I am a whisper ear, yet I fear for my safety and trust no one else, not even the whisperhead. The plague consumes nearly every moment in meeting. Thou asks what they know. The source of this sickness, my lord, it is not as it seems. I must speak with thou in private, away from all ears. Meet in secret, no chance of rumors spreading, higher chance to hear full secret. Or meet with a guard present for extra security, chance of rumors, lower chance to hear secret. I'm gonna meet in secret. Mercy, my lord, lead the way. Oh my, okay. Now lead the servant to an unused chamber of the keep, instructing the guard to wait at the end of the hall and ensure privacy. The servant relaxes as the door closes. Gone is their nervousness, and they dig in their cloak, producing a message. I was told to give this to thee. It has proof of the source of the plague. They hold out the small scroll, bearing a blank seal with no sigil. The source? Who or what be it? Ambition. In an instant, the whisper ear flashes a dagger from their cloak and drives it into Lord Ravenstorm's gut. Guards! Guards! Assassin formerly known as Whisper Ear. A noble lord should know their place. With a final twist, the assassin wrenches the dagger free and buries it in their victim's neck. What? Moments later, boots echo through the hallway as the master-at-arm bursts in the room. My lord, someone fetch the healer and seize that wretch. A pair of guards seize the assassin, who puts up little fight. As Martin turns to bark out the orders, one of the two holding the assassin suddenly draws their sword and with quick precision rams it through the assassin's back. What? What are thou doing? We need them to speak. They killed our lord and made a move for my sword. It had to be done. No? What is this? With their lord slain in cold blood, the town of Nesting grieves. Oh my goodness. A vigil is held for the small folk, and the noble family pay thine respects to their late liege lord. Yet not all of the family is present to grieve. The late lord's sibling, Abigail Ravenstorm, be still at the capital. The steward gives orders to a messenger to bring them the news. With uncertainty hanging over the house Ravenstorm, due to have a youth of 11 years as their next lord, late Lord Ravenstorm's trusted lordsman's experience may be all that stands betwixt the house and ruin. Am I going to start playing as my 11-year-old son? Act 3, the young lord. What? Oh my goodness. I did not expect to get slain because of my bad decision-making skills, but here we are. What is even happening? Alright. Dark words spread quickly of the death of Ravenstorm. Oh my gosh. Within days, word reaches Abigail Ravenstorm in the capital on one of their trade envoy trips. Though struck with grief over the loss of thy sibling, thou makest plans to leave on the morrow and return home to support the house and family in these dire times. Moving forward, you will be playing as Abigail Ravenstorm. Okay, I'm going to play my sister. My goodness, this took a turn. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? This story has you make choices, and choices, well, they have consequences. Apparently I chose poorly. All right. As a senior member of the house, you hold some authority on house matters, but not sweeping authority like former lord of the house. Okay. Good times. A High Lord's task. Oh. Thou stands in the grand hall of Crest Hall, with the echoes of waves crashing against the cliffs beyond the walls. It has been several days since the news arrived, and the weight of it all weighs heavy on thy shoulders. High Lord Bennington watches with a furrowed brow, their gaze softened only by the glow from the torches. The Beauregard Bennington says, Abigail, it grieves me to see thee in such straits. Thy house hath lost its lord far too soon. Gramercy for meeting with me ere leaving before Neston. I know they need thee. I cannot mince words. Thy house is in turmoil, and thy duty is not only to mourn. House Ravenstorm must remain and persevere, for thou stands betwixt mine most ambitious sworn houses. Were Carlbridge and Stock ever to become neighbors by somehow coming into control of Neston, it would be constant bickering and bloodshed. I need thee to keep thy house standing by whatever means. We shall not fall, you have mine word. Oh, I forgot that I gave her the voice of like Beaker. Okay. Thy confidence is a reason I believe thy words will be true. Yet I warn thee not to underestimate the ambition of thy neighbors. Reports I received make it sound like it wasn't an ordinary death thy lord sibling suffered, but an assassination. An assassination by whom? I yet not know more than thee. Thou must be the one to uncover the truth. I trust thee with thy local connections and good name throughout the valley to learn the truth better than mine inquisitors. Provide sufficient evidence of who ordered the death of my sworn lord, and I shall see to their punishment. Alright, boss man. First I need to save my village from the plague, but you know, neither here nor there. Oh, it is progressing. Okay. A somber homecoming. Thou arrives home to a house and people wrapped in grief. The greetings are short and condolences are plenty. The dimly lit hall of Neston Keep feels colder than usual. Thorn Ravenstorm sits at the foot of the grand chair once held by their lord parent.
Oh, hey, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Well, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Their eyes downcast, small frames slumped with grief. Thou hast seen them grow since they were just a babe, yet now it is painfully apparent that they are still nothing more than a child. The young lord looks up as thou approaches, eyes red from tears. Though just returned from the capital, the familiar presence of family is not enough to ease the weight of their sorrow. This is so sad. Why did they have to die? I am not ready. I know not what to do. I'm scared. Let's see. Thorin, thou art young, and 'tis not wrong to be afraid. But ye hast me, and together we shall guide this house. A look of comfort seeps into the corner of their expression as they look up to thee. I do not know if I can be lord yet, but with thee by my side, maybe I will not have to be alone. Gramercy, Abigail. Ooh, morale is tough. I've got like no morale left in here. Oof. Leg is getting stronger. The young lord's advisors. What do we got here? Though thou hast just returned home, the advisors insist on meeting to discuss thy role. The matter of succession is clear. The late Lord Ravi Ravenstorm acknowledged Thorin Ravenstorm their heir long ago. As their first child, 'tis theirs by the laws of the whole Western Valley. Yes, I do not dispute, but we must admit these are dangerous times and we need someone more than a child at the head of the house. Abigail has served for years and is well known a perfect Lord Regent to lead House Storm as the true heir learns and grows. Let's see. The bereaved wife says, our house has ne'er had a Lord Regent and doth not need one now. Abigail is a strong advisor and lordsman is all we need and ensures we avoid rumors of weakness in the succession. They continue to argue as us stands at the crossroads of power and duty. I shall stay as lordsman. Tradition must stand, and Thorin is Lord of House Ravenstorm. The group nods and a mix of relief and concern spread through the group. Very well, we shall all serve the young Lord Ravenstorm. Lordsman Ravenstorm, as the senior member of House Ravenstorm, we look to thee as the Lord's top advisor in full support of their claim. The little kid says, yes, Abigail, Lordsman Ravenstorm, I need thy help with all the meetings. I think that's okay. Some chuckle at the young lord's plea, yet Martin and Charles share a look of worry. Yeah, it is indeed worrying. Oh my gosh, 2 more farmers sick. A merchant sick. We are now at a full 3 out of 5 total on the plague stats there. That's not going well. Alright, plans for Lord. What do we got here? Let's see, a Castellan Keep. My lords, there is much to attend to, yet first we must make plans for the coronation of Lord Ravenstorm. Rumors are rampant and the people need to know their lord. The plague, though, is it safe? I don't want to fall ill. The guard can keep any afflicted from the noble family, so soon after an attack on the noble family, it is important that the small folk see the house standing tall. We will do a public coronation. Even though it seems a bit much during the middle of a plague, you know. Thou speaks the value of tradition, refusing to hide in fear. We shall make the arrangements. And some gold. We're still doing fine on gold in the long run. And the plague has spread like bonkers. Letter from stock. Okay, oops. I accidentally clicked on a small person. Let's see. Letter from stock. What have you got? To the grieving House Ravenstorm, I send thee my sincerest condolences on the death of Ravi Ravenstorm. The Western Valley lost a skilled and determined lord. I know that the challenges ahead are numerous, yet 'tis in times of great loss that we must rally our strength. House Stock stands beside thee in these uncertain days. With respect, Lord Philippa Stock. I mean, cool. Thank you for the letter. Much appreciate. Investigation. Witness. Eager to start thy investigation, thou meet with the Master at Arms in the storage room where the act took place. This be the place it happened. I regret every day since that I was not faster to get here. I did not witness the killing itself, but they were stabbed with a dagger twice, once in the gut and another in the neck. The wounds were clean and precise, not the work of an amateur. The blade is lost, unfortunately, yet there was a peculiar note left behind. Let's see. The dagger is missing, no sign of it anywhere? Nay, Lordsman Ravenstorm, the assassin died ere having a chance to hide it, yet it seems somebody stole it away. For a common thief, nobody would bother hiding the weapon. The absence is intentional, yet there are no leads to who stole the dagger. I mean, that means we still potentially have somebody... Not good. Okay, let's see. What of the servants? Did they know anything about this assassin? None of the servants noticed anything out of the ordinary. Many knew the assassin, but only as a co-worker. Seems they kept to themselves. With hindsight, it'd be clear they did not belong here. While I do not trust the Whisperhead, it would be interesting to know what their network is hearing since the assassination. Regardless, somebody had to know something. There was no way they killed our liege lord without help. Let me investigate the note. Thou picks up the note. It is on high-quality paper written in fine penmanship. To the Ravenstorms of Neston, mind thy place, for a river that grows too wide swallows its own banks. A river that grows too wide, it's gotta... Well, at least the note would infer that it's our neighbor across the river that already had disputes with us. A clear threat to thy house. Somebody doth not like to see thy succeed. The physical note and its contents all point to a noble house being behind the act. I have seen enough. Master at Arms, are you sure? I don't really have any more choices to choose from, so... The Master at Arms bows and motions for servants to begin cleaning the room. Thou looks over the scene, a surge of grief knowing this was the last place thy sibling drew breath. One thing is for certain, somebody powerful wanted thy sibling dead. Well. You can count on me to play cheery, uplifting, cozy games, guys. Farmer, 2 more sick, 1 more merchant sick. Less food, less gold. The plague is rising. The morale is not great. We have a letter from Carlbridge to House Ravenstorm. The news of Ravi's passing hath reached us, and though we would have had our differences, there's no joy in the death of a fellow lord. I offer my respects to their memory and to thy house during this time of grief. I expect the young lord will find their way quickly. Humbly, Lord Aldous Carlbridge. Prime suspect number 1. Just saying. The small folk gather around the stage setup in the market square. House Ravenstorm banners flap in the breeze as the crowd murmurs. The crowd is large despite the plague. Many folks direly curious and want to know the fate of the house. It is noticeable that none of the other noble houses are present, just a messenger or merchant from other towns sent to bring word of the proceedings home to liege lords. People of Neston, we gather today to see the passing of the mantle. The late Lord Ravi Ravenstorm's legacy lives on in their heir, Thorin Ravenstorm. As castellan of this keep, I present to you the new Lord of Neston and House Ravenstorm. The crowd is a mix of cheers and apprehension, words of support alongside dismay that their former lord is truly dead. Lord Ravenstorm turns to thee, asking for any last-minute advice before they address the crowd. I can tell him to be strong and show them he's more than the child they see. Be caring, they mourn the loss of a lord in the face of a plague, or be wise, thou art young and have advisors to help thy learn. I'm gonna say be caring. So he says, I know thou art hurting. We lost a noble lord, and we are all suffering under the weight of the plague. It hath touched every family, every life here in Neston. Yet we are not alone. We are a community, and I care deeply for all of thee, just as my lord parent did. Oh, bless their soul. May the gods keep the young lord safe. The crowd continues to share sympathies for the young lord, relieved to be finished and trying their best to hide any sadness they make to leave the stage. Well, we had a morale boost. That's something. All right, now we are progressing to May of 1352. Oh, June of 1352. A farmer's petition. What do we got here? At the main barn, thou accompanied the new Lord Thorn for the first time to hear a petition from the small folk. They nervously look over to thee, anxious but managing a small amount of composure. 3 farmers bow before thee, and the eldest of the group steps forward. My lord, we come begging ye for aid. Our sheep, they hast all perished. We know not the cause, yet when I try to sell the meat, none buy it for fear the sheep died of plague. They were our livelihood. Without them, we'd be in desperate need. I see. What are we to do, though? Quarantine the farm? We can't survive if we lose all our livestock. Yeah, that's probably the right choice with plague spreading like crazy. I shall protect the people and farms. We must quarantine thou and thy farm until this has passed. Please, my lord, we can't survive against a quarantine on what is left at the farm. We'll have nothing. I'm sorry. I must protect people from this disease. The farmers leave in despair. Thorn Ravenstorm looks to thee, struggling with the words for what should have been said to make things better. Oh, a little dude. And we're down some gold. Oh, wait, though. Look, the plague shows that it might be going down. That would be good. Okay, the day's agenda. The house steward approaches thee in the morrow with a schedule in their hands. Oh, goody. Lordsman Ravenstorm, good day to thee. The Lord Ravenstorm hath a meeting this morning that thou should consider attending. A member of House Marcave arrived, and word is they are expecting to renegotiate existing trade deals with us. Thou was originally hoping to meet with the Master of Arms this afternoon to interrogate the suspicious guard that killed the assassin without question. But our trade deals are kind of important, so we will deal with that. Very well, we shall see you there. A cost for iron. The afternoon meeting arrives, and thou art introduced to Michael of Marcave, the heir to their house and head of trade. 'Tis good for thee to meet with me. I fear I never knew thy former lord, yet we whispered prayers to the gods to recognize them in Ringfort. House Ravenstorm and House Marcave have enjoyed years of fair trade. Unfortunately, times have changed. The plague has ravaged our smiths, and the cost of iron has risen. We are left with no choice but to raise the price of tools and weapons we supply to your house, effective immediately. It is merely an unfortunate necessity. Thorin nods along, while thy master-at-arms Martin Smith gives the guest a stern look. 'Tis not about the plague. 'Tis just an opportunistic move. Thou want to squeeze us for every coin whilst we appear weak? I speak only in gold and silver, not games and schemes. Believe what thou will. Yet these are our terms to propose. Let's see. We should negotiate the terms. The price increase must be reasonable. Call their bluff, threaten to end trade if they raise the price. I mean, they've been kind of dependent on us for food. They need our coin. I thought we were trading food. Maybe we're not. Maybe we're just buying their... Let's see. Their prices has always been fair, except as a gesture of goodwill. They suffer as we do. They must have no other choice and will remember our kindness. I will accept the price increase for now. I'm still pretty good on money. We'll see. Obviously, I haven't made purely good choices because my first character ended up causing me to play a second character. Okay. I suppose 'tis only right to charge what it costs. We shall pay the new price. With a look of relief, Michael Marcave bows and clasps their hands. A wise and generous decision, Lord Ravenstorm. House Marcave shall remember this kindness. Okay. Ooh, that did put a bit of a dent in our future gold. That's okay though. So funny. Let's see. Plague is going down. Okay. But we still have 2 more sick. Oh, no, no, no. These are coming back to work. My bad. That's reverse. Okay, so we had 3 people go back to their jobs. Yay. Raids in the south. We don't have time for that. What? They're burning our buildings? Whilst working with thy master-at-arms at the barracks, a column of smoke south of town grabs thy attention and brings thee to a group of panicked peasants. In the distance, a homestead is burning with no hopes to save it. My lords, we beg thee, brigands have struck. Our homestead's destroyed, should be burnt to ash. They've taken livestock, grain, everything. Really? We must do something. We can smash some raiders. The young lord's enthusiasm is bold and brash. How will thou act? Ride out and bring the raiders to justice. The Lord is right, a swift answer to cowards, to defend those thou is sworn to protect. Negotiate with the raiders and offer a bribe of food. No, that seems like it would encourage further. Request house stock handle the situation from their nearby fort. This is not a fight we face alone. 'Tis our lands, yet they cast guard in fort nearby. Let them fight. I think we will go handle it. I don't know why. Lord Ravenstorm's eyes light up as this is what they always dreamed of. Dreamed being Lord of House Ravenstorm would be about. Oh, that might be a little dangerous. Yes, we shall ride out at once. Show them that Neston answers when its people are threatened. I will gather the soldiers by the morrow. We shall clear the camp and bring them to justice. Alright, interrogation. Who are we interrogating? Oh yeah, the guard that knew the... Let's see. House Ravenstorm's master-at-arms, Martin Smith, leads thee to the basement of the barracks, where the guard that killed the assassin is being detained for questioning. Boots echoing off the walls, the guard alone in a cell behind a locked gate. This is the one that stole thy vengeance, putting up little fight when the rest of the guard crew wrestled them down after the act. The suspicious guard's eyes dart back and forth, slowly realizing who they are and the weight of the situation they are in. Let's see. Ask why they killed the assassin without questioning. Inquire about the assassin. Let Martin ask about patrol. Ask about the missing dagger. I'm going to ask about the missing dagger. The assassin's weapon has gone missing. Did thou hide it or steal it away? They look at thee in genuine confusion. I was detained before I could even clean my blade. The dagger was still in the assassin's hand when I was escorted out. There were many of the steward's servants in the room to tend the Lord's body. I was nowhere near it. Okay, accused of killing to cover up the bribe. Cover up accepting a bribe. Accused of deliberately putting the Lord in danger. They know nothing more. Leave. Was he the guard that was out at the end of the hall? That's the thing I don't know. charges of killing to cover up accepting a bribe, maybe. Their eyes hit the floor in shame. I knew not of their plans, so when I saw what they had done, I could not let them talk and accuse me of being their accomplice. Oh, I was right. I mean, obviously they put the Lord in danger, but let's see. The guard's breathing quickens as they stammer. I did not think they would kill my liege lord. Just needed somebody to look the other way for, I know not, nefarious deals or such. I volunteered for keep duty to be close, yes, and knew of the servant's intention to be alone, but I did not mean for blood to be spilt. Okay. Well, I think we got all the information we're getting there. Now leaves the guard. Clearly the assassination attempt was planned, but with more leads than answers at this point. The guard's quarters should be searched for evidence of the payment they received and find if there is more to their story. The assassin's quarters should also be searched and try to determine who they worked for. Alright. Yay! The plague continues to lessen its hold on us. A letter from Marcave. Let's see. A messenger from House Marcave approaches thee. Ah, finally, Lordsman Ravenstorm, thy steward, was wroth with me for refusing to deliver this to them. Yet my lord insisted I deliver this directly to thee. Thou thank the messenger and take the letter to thy private quarters to read undisturbed. Lordsman Ravenstorm, we grieve alongside thee, for the passing of Ravi Ravenstorm hath left a hollow in the western valley that cannot easily be filled. Yet there is something I must admit, though it troubles me to do so. Some weeks before the dreadful news of thy lord's death, I received a request from Lord Carlbridge. They asked that one of their novice traders join our trade caravan heading to Neston as a favor. I thought little of it at the time, believing it to be a simple matter of convenience. Yet when my traders returned, they informed me that the Carlbridge trader had disappeared whilst in Neston. We thought not of it. Such things happen on the road, yet in light of recent events, I fear they may have used my trade caravan as a cover to enter thy town unnoticed. It may be not more than... Oh, let's see. How to repeat? Okay. I have learned to never underestimate the cunning of our neighbors. I bear no love for House Carlbridge, and I'm taking great risk by telling thee this. May thy house find strength in these dark days. Sir Marcave. If true, this letter is proof that another noble house used deceit to get one of their own near thy home unannounced. Thou tuckst the letter safely within thy belongings for safekeeping. It may prove useful as evidence, depending on what more thy learn. Maybe so. Let's see. A swift strike. What's this about? Master at Arms Smith says, My lord, I am pleased to report the brigands in the southern woods have been dealt with. Oh yeah, right. And the soldiers fought well, we lost none, and have only a few injuries we be tending to. Curiously, there was a patrol from House Stock that was also looking for the camp. We sent them home after confirming we had it under control, yet I would keep an eye on them. They had good intent, but they still marched an armed force throughout lands belonging to House Ravenstorm unannounced. Interesting. Investigation leads available. Ooh. How's my investigation going? Thou hast multiple leads that can be investigated. Which does thou wish to pursue? The others can be investigated at a later time. Do I want to search the trader guard's private quarters or the assassin's servant quarters? I'll start with the assassin. Excellent choice, my lord. Okay. Let's check out the assassin's quarters. Thou moves with purpose into the small shared servants' quarters, a modest room with 2 beds and a simple table between them. The assassin's possessions are still here, mixed in with the belongings of another servant who watches uneasily from the other side of the room. A curt nod from the steward helps put them at ease. Gramercy, Mara, we will be on our way shortly. Just need to look through things ere they are taken out. Mara, the servant that stayed with thee, did thou know them well? Not well, my lord. They kept to themselves most times. Yet there was someone in town they would meet from time to time, a friend or so, I thought. I never asked too much. Who is this person? Sorry, my lord, I do not know them, only where they would meet. Out by the stables, usually near the end of the day. Thou nods and makes note to follow up on this lead. Search the room for more clues. There's not much of the room for possessions, normal for a servant that had not been with the house long. As thou explore, thou find a leather satchel of the assassins in their chest. In the bottom is a secret pocket. Within, a map of Neston is found. It is well made and the detail is astonishing. It outlines everything from guard patrol roads to the layout of the Lord Ravenstorm's chambers, along with side entrances, side streets, key entrances, and even escape routes from the keep. I do have a ad break on the Twitch side starting soon, so I'm going to go ahead and take a little break for a hydrate and a stretch, and I will be back in 3 minutes. So I will see you very soon.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hello, welcome back. Alright, so we are we're still searching the assassin's quarters, I believe. Let's see. So we found a map of Neston, well made and the detail is astonishing. outlining everything from guard patrol routes to the layout of the Lord deceased Ravenstorm's chambers, along with side streets, key entrances, and even escape routes from the keep. So obviously had some assistance knowing where to go. Glemon, what dost thou make of this? The steward steps forward to look at the map, their normally composed demeanor replaced by shock. It's a whole map of Neston. How did they get this? The longer thou stares at the map, the clearer the truth becomes. The assassin was extremely well connected to have such a possession. Even worse, though, is the implication that the creator of the map knew things about House Ravenstorm that nobody outside of the house could know. That is all. We can leave. Thou thanks Mara for the intrusion and leaves through the door. Alright, so things are sus. Oh, sus. At least the plague continues to decline. Poachers? Oh no. It is a cool morning in Neston, and a few trusted hunters kneel before Abigail and Thorin in the keep's audience chamber. My lords, we have been finding traps along the northern woods, and not ones we have set. Poachers, we reckon. Every time we get close to catching them, they slip across the river into Carlbridge's lands. They know the terrain well, like ghosts they are. They are from Carlbridge? Hast thou seen or known them there? They shake their heads. It is unclear if they are part of thy neighbors' houses or bandits. Let's see. I can send guards to patrol, send a letter to Lord Carlbridge to secure their business, or offer a bounty on the poachers and let the hunters deal with it. So the steward says sending a letter to them would show we are aware of the situation and we'll find out if they're behind it. Master at Arms says poaching may seem minor, yet is a test. If Carlbridge is behind this, they're gauging how far they can push us. Let's see. I think I'll send a letter to Carlbridge. Yes, a letter. That way we can handle this without making it worse. The hunters are instructed to report any additional sightings to thee and tread carefully until we hear from Lord Carlbridge. Alright, day's agenda. What do we got going on? It's a rare slow day in the keep. The plague is loosening its grip on the valley and the number of petitioners was smaller than normal. Lordsman Ravenstorm, we have extra time for once. Those trade documents we worked on previously, they hurt my head after staring at them so long. I can't follow the web of names and who is who. I know thou is busy searching for who is behind the assassin, yet can thou take a break today and help me learn the trade relations thou know so well? I am going to spend time with my nephew and teach them about trade relations. Teach Thorin the complicated trade relations thy house is involved in. Gramercy, I will get paper and quill and meet thee shortly. After hours with a map, the young lord begins to grasp the names and allegiances of the minor houses and families with goods in the region. It's good to see them put honest effort into learning the business side of the house, even if they still have a ways to go. That's nice. Alright, for the next week. Even less plague. We got 2 farmers back, a merchant back. Food is increased now, gold is increasing. Cure for plague, let's see that one. Seeing a crowd gathering in the market square, thou goes to check it out with Lord Ravenstorm and a couple of guards. There is a merchant on a box commanding the crowd's attention. From the wagon and gear beside them, they appear to be a merchant from out of town. They hold aloft a small gleaming bottle, the contents of which shimmer in the sun unnaturally. My daughter, she has not eaten in days. Can it really rid her of plague? But of course, good woman. There's some... This elixir has cured kings and queens. What be the worth of thy daughter's life? For a mere handful of coins, she shall live and laugh once more. Thorin looks to thee uncertainly. Would this really work? It seems like a dream for it to be so simple. Let's see. So I have choices here. Shut down the merchant and accuse them of fraud. Test the elixir for the crowd to see. Allow the merchant to sell their wares, but warn people is likely a scam. That shows plague going up. Not a fan. We'll go with Thorin's thing of, what if we gave it to a sick person to see if they really get better? Let us see for ourselves what it does to somebody ill. Is there a volunteer? A sickly old man steps forward, gladly drinking the contents. Nothing happens immediately. Some peasants whisper nervously, others look disappointed. Miracles take good time, folk. The cure will work. Just have faith. To the dismay of the merchant, it is too late. The crowd slowly disperses, and only a few truly desperate souls buy the elixir. Good, good. Honor up. Morale, Let's see. Investigation leads available. Let's see what's that. Now has multiple leads that can be investigated. Which does thou wish to pursue? Oh gosh, this opened up. Last time I only had 2 choices. Now I can search the trader guard's private quarters, meet with the Whisperhead for rumors from other houses, attempt to determine the origins of the assassin's map, or search for the assassin's friend. I want to attempt to determine the origin of the map, because that had lots of details. Alright, thou hast only this turn and the next to investigate leads. 'Tis of utmost importance not to waste these opportunities. Oof. Search for a map maker, okay. Standing in the courtyard waiting for the Castellan to join thee, you look over the map found in the assassin's quarters. The lines were too precise, the landmarks too well drawn, and there were notes in the keep's defenses that only someone with intimate knowledge could have recorded. This map was more than just a tool, it was a betrayal. Lordsman Ravenstorm, thou requested to see me. Handing them the map, thou explains it was in the assassin's possession and likely used to plan the hit. Do you recognize this map? I can't say I do, my lord. I would remember if I or one of my assistants crafted this. The details on this map are astonishing. The care put into it is immense. I almost wish my assistants were this good. Every structure, alley, defense we hast is on here without fail. Could it have come from someone outside of Neston? Possible, yet highly unlikely. To gather this level of detail would take months, even years of close observation. And even then, they would lack certain details like the layout of the keep's inner chambers. Whoever made this, they has been inside the walls and seen our patrols. Then that means the traitor is close. I need thou to find them. Use thy expertise and find us who close to us created this. Charles meets thy eyes, cold and unflinching, understanding the weight of the command. Consider it done. I shall be discreet so the creator cannot hide. Okay. Well, we'll see if that has fruit by next week. Another achievement, Oathbringer. Have the max 5 of 5 honor for a turn. Nice. Luckily, I didn't get to the point of having the plague cap out at 5 to see if there was an achievement for that. There might be. I don't know. Investigation leads available. Let's find out. Let's see. So I've got 3 choices. I think this is like my last choice that I get to choose out of these. So I can search the trader guard's private quarters. I don't know that I'll get a lot there, honestly. Meet with the Whisperhead for rumors from other houses. That's by Spymaster, which I'm not sure about, honestly. Search for the assassin's friend. Perhaps I will try this. Okay. Let's try searching for a stranger. The search for the assassin friend starts off slow. The stable hands knew of the person, but they aren't from Eston and did not know a name. My lord, they never talked to us, yet I remember they always had a dark green cloak on. Never seen something like that before. After thanking them for the info, thou continued thy search throughout town, looking for anybody that knew of someone matching that description. Nah, my lord, not. I know not. Too many traders from the farms with food for winter to notice somebody. I'm sorry, my lord. I try not to spend time with customers with outsiders. Bad luck for the plague and all. With hope dwindling and a dead end facing thyself, a stroke of luck comes in the form of a fruit trader on the edge of town. Hi, that green cloak trader from the rural farms. I seen them. Get a small amount of berries from them. I know not who they serve, yet they come by every fortnight. Like to see them in a week from now, late afternoon most likely. A trader from outside thy lands meeting regularly with the assassin, it seems likely they bring more than just berries to town when they visited. With nothing left but to wait until they are in town again, I tell the merchant to keep an eye out for them and make their way back to the keep. Okay. Poachers reply. To House Ravenstorm. It has come to my attention through your most recent correspondence that thou accuse my lands of harboring criminals and thieves. Poaching is a serious offense in any lord's domain, and should these rogues be found, they will meet the justice they deserve. However, I find it curious that thou suggest they seek refuge on mine side of the river. Let me assure thee, if any such cowards have crossed into Ravenstorm lands, they did so without my knowledge or consent. I would recommend thee focus on patrolling thine own borders rather than looking to blame neighbors for the shortcomings in thy security. Should thou have any further doubts about mine intentions, I would invite you to visit Bridgemont in person, where we can discuss this matter face to face. Nah, no thank you, Lord Albus. Alright, next week we go. Alright. Assassination accusations. I don't know that I'll have any. After a hard week's journey, thou arrives to Crest Hall and is admitted to see the High Lord. Seated on the throne of the Western Valley, the High Lord greets thee with somber yet serious tone. Lordsman Ravenstorm of House Ravenstorm, it is good to see thee in good health. I hast assembled my closest advisors to hear thy findings in thy investigation into these siblings' untimely murder. Standing beside the High Lord are familiar faces. Two of the three High Lord's swords are in attendance, Sir Godfrey Mallister and Sir Mary Bennington. The High Steward is also present, Harold Bennington, ready to record the evidence. The murder of a noble lord is a wound upon the Western Valley, and justice has yet to be recognized. Tell me, hast thou found cause to lay blame upon any house for this treachery? I don't actually know. I don't know yet. Art thou sure? Once we leave this room, we will not revisit this investigation. Oh. But if I accuse the wrong person, that's bad. That's my only choice. Like... I can't choose return later. My only choice is, no, I changed my mind, I want to accuse somebody. That's interesting. Very well. Hast thou found cause to lay blame upon any house for this treachery? I don't know which one to choose. This is gonna be bad. Or I just declined to... Does it let me do this? Okay. It's making me choose someone. Okay. All right. What? I don't know who to choose. I can't remember now. There was like a thing of somebody asked to have somebody join the party and then they disappeared, and I can't remember whose letter that was. I feel like it was from the other house that's not listed here. It's gotta, I gotta do this one. Okay. Sure. I accuse House Stock, my liege. They has used mine Simply's death as a mean to their own end to destabilize Neston and grow their influence at our expense. Sir Mary Bennington furrows their brow and studies you carefully. A bold accusation, Lordsman Ravenstorm. What evidence dost thou possess to support such a claim? Oh, see, it was Carlbridge snuck people in town. I was thinking it wasn't Carlbridge because they were close to me, but no, that was, I probably chose the wrong one. Is that one right there? The Marcave warning? Probably better. I'm gonna say the map. This is bad. I'm just like guessing. In the assassin's possessions was a map of Neston no commoner could have made or obtained. They had powerful friends that used subterfuge to learn everything an assassin would need and provided it to them. Chose ill intent from a neighbor, no other reason to get that information. What else? Dagger, assassination plot, not just murder. The dagger used by the assassin was stolen and hidden away from us. No common murderer would bother with concealing a murder weapon, further proof that a noble house pulled the strings and wanted to clean up evidence. Useful, but nowhere near enough by itself to prove it was them. What else? See, the other one implies the other house, so I guess I'll say finished. I don't know. I'll say the other thing and they'll be like, that makes no sense. And we received a letter from House Marcave warning us Lord Colbridge used a Marcave trade caravan to sneak spies into Neston. They did not leave with the trade caravan, and this was shortly before the assassination. That doesn't support that claim. This makes it sound like House Carlbridge is responsible, not the accused. Thou needs to take more care before presenting evidence. What else? I mean, it's kind of like, since I made the mistake in the beginning of choosing the wrong one because I couldn't remember, like, it locked me into this path, and it's, yeah, I don't, this is... Very well, that has given us much to think about. Have I really? Mine advisors and I shall meet privately to discuss the accusation. Once we have finished, I shall hold court later today and announce my ruling. Arrangements are made for the nobles and house representatives present in the capital of the pending announcement. Thou is left to wait in the throne room with everyone else as the fate of your claim hangs in the balance. This is so not gonna go well. My lord's judgment. I chose wrongly. Oh my gosh. I couldn't remember. The great hall of Press Hall Keep is filled with an expectant buzz as nobles, merchants, and townfolk gather to witness the High Lord's proclamation. The long stone chamber echoed with the murmurs of the crowd, wildly guessing at what would be of such importance to hold a court on such short notice. Scanning the room, thou spot representatives and relatives of houses Stock and Carlbridge, yet their lords and nobles are not present, most most likely not aware of today's events. Good folk of Crest Hall in the Western Valley, we gather here today to aggress a grievous crime. The assassination of Ravi Ravenstorm for a foul blow to our valley, and it is the duty of this court to seek justice. Lordsman Abigail Ravenstorm, in the name of House Ravenstorm, brought to mine council today their findings in their investigation for myself to hear and judge. It is with great burden as High Lord that I stand before thee today and decree that there is insufficient evidence to place the guilt at the feet of any particular house or group. The murmur of the crowd grows, disbelief and frustration rippling through the hall like a wave. I shall not be remembered as the High Lord that tears down great houses on rumors alone, so no justice or vengeance will be found today. Let it be clear today, any further acts of violence betwixt houses in the Western Valley will not be tolerated and will be handled swiftly and justly. The crowd, angry and disappointed at the lack of action, slowly disperses, and the High Lord and their group motions for thee to come forth. Thou must be disappointed, yet look not at mine counsel. I put it on thee to find the killer, and thou hast let me down. I shall not hold it against thy house, yet do not let it happen again. Ouch. I got reprimanded. I mean, even so, everything I had was not evidence. It was all hearsay, so there wasn't... They could have still found that even if I chose the right one. Winds of Rebellion. What have we got now? Oh my goodness. Traveling home, thou rest briefly in an outpost with other travelers. Whilst eating, a conversation between worried travelers can be heard. Best be getting where they need to be. These roads soon be dangerous. You really think I'm be fighting on the main road? Ere having the chance to ask who they refer to, a rider comes by, yelling the news from their saddle. House Carlbridge decries weak High Lord, no justice, no honor, no right to rule. Aldous stands in open rebellion. Consider thyself warned. Hurrying to pack up thy things, thou head home with an urgency to gather strength ere violence breaks out. Great, our neighbor is starting a... Okay. Cool. Future of the house. Here we go. This story is taking a turn. No thanks to my bad memory. Okay. Upon returning to Neston, news of Lord Carlbridge rebelling against the High Lord spreads quickly like wildfire. In response, thou calls a meeting of advisors to discuss preparations in case it breaks into all-out war. Our border with the rebel Charles Keep is... Who is Charles Keep? I can't remember. Man-at-Arms, maybe? Our border with the rebel house has everyone nervous. We are doing our best to assuage those fears, yet many worry of a child lord during wartime. Clement says, they only fear because we treat Lord Ravenstorm as a child. Everyone has witnessed Abigail over their shoulder at every turn. Worse yet, Abigail, exercising unquestioned power over the investigation and the assassination, has undermined the authority of the rightful lord of this house. Oh, well. Interesting, Glemon. This time we stand fully behind Lord Ravenstorm and have Abigail Ravenstorm resume their role as lordsman and emissary to the High Lord in the capital. Martin Smith says, faith in our Lord, aye, but we cannot ignore the truth before us. War is no place for a youth, and the wolves at our door will devour us if we let them scent weakness. Our soldiers and people need a seasoned leader, one who can command respect and with the experience to guide us through this chaos. Martin speaks truth. We need Abigail Ravenstorm now more than ever. We can manage questions of loyalty to thy Lord, yet we can't survive with inexperience and uncertainty in leadership. It's high time Abigail Ravenstorm is named Lord Regent. In peacetime we can revisit Lord Ravenstorm's. Do I not get a say? I know I could do this. I has learned much these last months, and if thou stand by mine side, I can lead. The decision lands with thou. The room awaits. What will be Abigail Ravenstorm's role moving forward? Stay as lordsman. Play Thorin Ravenstorm going forward. Rise to Lord. Okay. So if I keep this character in the current position, I switch to playing the kid, which is interesting. I'm gonna do it just for the interestingness of it. Okay. I love how they're like, We need unity. The Lord cannot have people looking to thee for thy approval of their choices. And it shows morale going up and morale going down. Yeah, alright. Well, I'm gonna switch. A wise choice. Thou hast helped get us to this point. Now it is time to trust in Lord Ravenstorm. Very well. Nothing makes a lord better than trial by fire, I suppose. Abigail Ravenstorm bows, embracing their nibbling and swearing vows to support them and represent the house at the High Lord's side. Moving forward, you shall play as Lord Thorin Ravenstorm. Abigail Ravenstorm will be returning to the capital to support the High Lord in the name of House Ravenstorm. And I got the future is now. Choose to play as the young lord as an achievement. Wow. So interestingly, there was like a review that said the person finished it in like 2 or 2.5 hours. And I am at 4.5 hours, I guess, if my math is right. And I'm just ready to go to the next act still. So I don't know if they ended up choosing a path that ended it quickly for them, because your stories do, or your choices do affect the way the story turns, I guess. So, but yeah, it is getting late, and I actually have a really big off-stream day tomorrow that I need to tend to, but I will be back. So I'm gonna leave y'all in suspense. What's gonna happen with the Child King? I don't know. Child Lord, whatever. But, you know, I'm gonna share the game info one more time. This has been My Liege, which just came out on Steam earlier this week and is currently on sale until April 7th. There is a demo that you can check out. I've been having a good time with it. I mean, like I've said, there's a thing down the bottom that says map under construction that doesn't work, and there's definitely some cleaning up of some of the dialogue and stuff that could happen, but overall it's just been kind of a fun and interesting play. More so than I was expecting. I wasn't really sure what to expect. Like, with the art style and everything, I wasn't sure there would be a level of complexity to it that I've experienced, but it's been interesting. So been having fun, and I would encourage folks, if this kind of game is your jam, check out the demo, check it out on Steam, and let's see, I will be back tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Eastern playing New World of Terranum. I have a character there that I play on stream every week, and so I will be progressing her adventure a little further tomorrow. I am at Ravi Plays Games on Blue Sky and Ko-fi. You can find me there to get my schedule. And also, I am gonna... So many of my buttons aren't working right now, but if you are not, let's see if this one is. For folks that are on Twitch, I love having you watch me on Twitch. However, if you find my gameplay coverage interesting, or would like to see some other first looks and stuff, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel that I've linked in the chat, I do post additional content there, as well as my stream VODs are available if you want to watch things back. Those are all available over there for non-stream time viewing, and if you subscribe to the channel, you will find out when I have posted new things, and it would really help me out getting my subscription numbers up over there. It's not a stat that they necessarily use for anything other than getting your channel up to the point where it's monetized, and that is something that I'm trying to push for this year, so I would definitely appreciate the help in that. And I think for now what I'm going to do is bid a fond farewell and good evening to our friends over on the YouTube side, and we will look for a raid target on the Twitch side. So thank you so much, friends watching over on YouTube, for hanging out with me this evening. I really appreciate your company, and I hope to see you again soon, maybe even tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, right back here at Ravi Plays Games. Good night, YouTube.